Afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 VEX Over and Under Robotics Competition. I'm your host, Brianna Goodman, and I'm here alongside Jared Boxmeyer. We are so excited to see all the action today and all the hard work that students have put into for the last couple months. How are you feeling today, Jared?
I'm feeling good, and what I've mostly seen out of these matches is most teams just fling it in, then just after to just try and get it in the goal. No team like taking full control, but as it goes on probably into the finals, most teams will probably be using the pulls to try and get leverage to score more points.
Yes, the leverage is something that we see, and it's cool to see that some of these robots are built for that. But what I've seen here during these matches is that these robots are they're definitely using their advantages on the level playing field to get goals in and to score points in just getting the triballs to the opposing side.
Yeah, and another thing about these teams, they normally have one robot who's just like pushing and the other one just flinging, so they like dump it in and then chase right after it.
Yes, right now we are looking at this match going on right now, and look at we see red team. They are brutal with these robots. They are pushing them to them. Getting over the opposing side and launching them is pretty exciting and pretty fascinating to see.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, as most of these matches, normally towards the end, one team gets control by just pushing it with both robots towards the end and just trying to get the goals.
Yes, trying to get those goals at the end is very crucial to how the team does, and very crucial to, the whole game, because if you do get it to the opposing side, whether or not, you get it into the goal, but if you get it into the goal, you do get 5 points. So it's those last moments that really count.
Yeah, but another thing that could be goes into the corner where the robots start, that would give you no points and nullify everything that happened.
Exactly. No. Right now, let's take a look. They are setting up the court for another match. These matches will to see who will make it back for the final round of the game.
And also be able to see who will make it and get picked, as the top teams will pick from them for alliances.
It's pretty nerve-wracking because there are only 16 teams that can be made, and if you don't get selected by one of the top teams, you cannot come back and participate, unfortunately. So it comes down to performance. It comes down to what you see about, to take into consideration when you're versing the other robots, you're looking at what the features are, what the additions are, and how that complements your robot to give the best chance of winning or to get any out of this competition. So it's pretty exciting, and these teams really have to be aware, not about just their robot, but the robots that surround them.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter for alliances, no matter what your record is, if they think you have a good robot, they'll take you if they can think you can make it fall with them.
Exactly. Before, I was looking at some of these alliances, and some of these alliances, they worked really well together. There was one on one side, and then there was one on the home side of the field, and one was launching it to the other side, and they really well. They won the match. It was very competitive and very close, but just well together, and seeing how you're gonna strategize your games is something that is very, very important. Right now, we are taking one of the playing fields. Some of these robots start crashing into each other, and right now they're trying to, it looks like they're focusing on getting a triball. See how they launch that rope, they launch the triballs off the robot. That is very, very impressive to see.
But another thing is, as you're launching it, you could always hit that middle thing and it could end up coming back to hurt you, because if you launch it off that side and it went on your side, it's glad.
That's true. It's very true. I mean, we see the teamwork between the alliance, and we see how these robots are helping each other. We have one robot on one side trying to get it into the goal, and we have one robot launching it to get it to the opposing side, to the other robot. So that is something that's really, really cool to see, and it's just overall good teamwork.
Yeah, it's all about teamwork. You gotta have great communication between you and your teammate, so you can try and score as many goals and points in total as you can.
It is important. I haven't really seen any of these robots climb the poles to get those extra 20 points, but I'm pretty sure we'll see that in the final rounds. Right now it seems that these are fighting for these goals right now, and I think the match just ended. It seems that way, and they're going to report and clean it up and start a new match.
On match 49, it was the Cougarbots and Title, which is Bayside and Kennedy, with 84 as they overcame the Cougarbots, who got disqualified, and Jerry up and hats it in an 84-26 match.
Wow, that's very impressive. I mean, we saw the teamwork, we saw all of that determination in those final seconds, and they were able to get back, but unfortunately one team did not make it. Right now we are looking at Kennedy, the Kennedy field, and they are setting up to Kennedy field. And they're setting up right now to compete for one of their matches. These matches are intense, they're all day long. These students have been here since the morning. They're gonna make it back to finals, and they're trying to look good for alliances because some of these robots are compatible with one another. So they're trying to see, this isn't just a match just right now. This is a match who will pick them, who will get chosen, who will not, and the compatibility between the robot.
Yeah, these last 7 matches could end up being crucial to how you end up moving on, whether or not you end up moving on, because if you do not have a great match in these in your last match, it could end.
But if you don't do well, it might not. You might not get hit. But I mean, some of these teams, some of these top-ranking teams, they are looking for other things. So it's not that crucial, but it is also very, very detrimental, because if you don't do that well, you might be coming back. Right now, this match is about to start right at the Kennedy field, and everything is set up. There is already goals being pushed in, and we just see that these robots are about to begin.
That'll conclude the autonomous round, as it'll look like Lidl, I'm pretty sure, end up coming out with the autonomous win.
Yes. And
we're able to push one, if not more, into the goal, and at least a couple onto the other side.
Exactly. What's cool about the autonomous round is that the players don't have the control, and it's really up to what goes on with the robots. It's not the players' control on it. It's more the strategy that's built to them. So it's pretty cool to see what those results are, because they can be different from the player round, because when the players play, they have the remote control, and it's in their hands ultimately as the capabilities of the robots that they built.
Yeah, another thing about all these robots, none of them are at all that similar. All of them have their own specialties. So some of them have strengths of like pushing the ball, the other ones have them strengths of...
Yeah, I've seen.
Similar.
We see these robots, they have different bodies, their structure's different. We've got the robot to the right, and it has like a moving part that's up. I think that's very, very beneficial because it can move the robot under and over if needed. These robots are also, we see the shot of them fighting each other. I mean, who would have thought you could see robots fighting? I think that is pretty awesome and cool. And the fact that they could do that because of their software, the way that they're built, and their bodies, it's just the diversity of these robots, and very interesting to see. Some of their bodies are pushing the Triballs in, some of the bodies are pushing other robots away to eliminate the competition or to try to win the competition. But I think it's very interesting to see that. We also see that they are working in alliances and they're working in pairs.
Yeah, as we're now down to 30 seconds left, it's looking like Red is in the lead right now as they put another one in the goal. But other thing that can change the match is towards the end, to go for leverage and pick up 20 and decides not to. Those could be a big 20 points.
It could be. Those could be very, very crucial to the outcome of the game, because if they stack them and if they're able to get up there, they will get a good lead on the other team.
As that'll do it, as it looks like Red came out with the win.
Red won 133-39, and seems that they're moving along.
As we're approaching our last few matches before we go to the alliances.
As we wind down our last matches, students, I hope you've been watching the qualification rankings. The teams have been playing them, the teams will be playing against. Playoffs will happen relatively soon after the last matches are made, so start looking at who you want to play with in your alliances. Have a plan before the mic gets to you.
Court, as it looks like it'll be Kennedy going up against as it just looks like it, as they're putting their finishing touches, as they're getting the final triangles inside the box to get ready to fling them, as we're going to get the autonomous round started soon.
Yes, the Triballs. To talk about the Triballs, I think that their shape is very interesting too, because when you take into consideration the ergonomics of the robots, you have to make sure that they're able to, shape is just very, very malleable, and the robots are able to pick those up, move them around, and I even saw a robot that was able to stuck in the Triball and release it out. So I think it's a very unique shape, and I think that it is a challenge because these robots have to adapt to that shape to be able to make sure that their robot can pick that up. The robot can roll it and move it. It's just a very unique shape, and I think that that was something very well done by VEX to create that as a challenge. I think they've begun one of the challenges, and right now, right in front of us, we are seeing on Calhoun Field, they are still officiating it, but it looks like they're beginning.
As that'll conclude the autonomous round, as it looks like Blue will most likely get the win.
Yes. I believe blue did get the win. We'll get their robots are interesting. I mean, there's one that's pretty thin and pretty tall, and then there's another robot that's pretty short. So the shapes and all of this to take into consideration, it makes sense. Some of these launching robots are really interesting to see because they're aggressive, they're fast, and they're quite literally fighting against each other. There is a stalemate on the right side of the court. I mean, they're fighting each other to let one team win and let one team, you know, ultimately not make it. So it's very interesting to see the bodies and how that plays into the greater outcome.
As they're trying to fling it over, but that robot was just being held at that stalemate, so they couldn't even get any control.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see because how tall these robots are, they're unable to get to the other side under the big poles, and some of them are short enough to get under. So I think that plays into advantage because some of these can climb and can't really get over it. So it's interesting because some of them are rolling over the middle field, some of them are launching over the middle field, and some of them are just unable to move from their side. So it's just to take into consideration. We see that robot over there. It's getting tall, it's getting short. The amount that you can do with that is just insane.
As the blue one looks like it's almost got leverage. It's just got his last few, just got his back tires on the ground. If they can get that out, it'd be a big 20 points.
And we see that the red robot is stuck because of the triballs and because of its shape, because it cannot move, it can't go over, it can't go under, and you see that those are the type of things that these teams learn. Take these things out of their competition and they see full alliances. These are things that they must perfect or they must change. And that concludes it because red just won from Shoreham, New York and Bayside, New York. That alliance just won.
We wait for the qualification match 52 results of the one that we just had, as the refs and judges are calculating the score to see who actually come on top.
And the score is 82-40. So Shoreham and Bayside took the win on this one, which was the red team. Even though one of the robots got stuck, they still came out successful, and that is pretty impressive to see. I mean, one of the robots was quite literally stuck. So at one point, there was a stalemate between both teams, but now we're seeing that red did not come out. That is pretty.
Yeah, as the results were, blue ended up winning 48-12 over the red team.
Yes, indeed.
As we now are on the middle field as the autonomous round just concluded.
We're taking a look at the Kennedy field, and there are two teams going up against each other. The field is getting ready, and we'll see what is going to happen.
Let's see who the red clears as the autonomous winner, as it looks like it'll be red who won the autonomous round. As the regular controlled round underway, as let's see if red can maintain what they did, as it's looking like so far as that's two already into the goal, as they're just trying to keep as many as they can on the rack up as many points as they can.
Yes, the way that these robots are moving is if you see their height and the way that they're moving, they're efficiently able to go under and they're efficiently able to move across the field. I think that's why they call it the under-over tournament, because as you can see, they're efficiently moving, they're efficiently able to make those moves against each other. And I see that this one has a pretty consistent height. I mean, we just saw the red team just go over and bring that robot to the other side. I think this robot is very cool because on the red team, because it's able to bring it in and release it, which is a very unique design that I haven't seen all day. So for us to see something so unique, it's just such a treat. And the way that they designed it, look at that, it's spitting out the acorn-shaped Triball. Isn't that really, really cool? Because I think that what they did is they used elastic bands in order to suck it in and to bring it out, like almost like a wheel, and now they're fighting. But it's a very, very unique way to adapt to the Triballs.
As it looks like red has a mostly full goal, and they have a couple on their side that aren't, and as blue hits one on the red side, which will give red another 2 points, as they're 3-2-1, and match 53 is now over on the Kennedy court as we await the results calculated, as the refs are trying to calculate it as quick as they can, so the team that won can know what they won and what they need to work on throughout that match.
Yes, because once they find that out, they can go make adjustments before alliances are formed. And it looks to us that there's only a couple more remaining before the alliances.
Yeah, as these matches will keep getting more and more, because it'll show the teams how much more these matches mean more than they did at the beginning, because the top teams are paying more attention than they did at the beginning to see which team they will pick to be their alliance.
Yes, I mean you can't conclude from the beginning who's going to be the suitable alliance for you or what team would be a best fit for you. So it's really interesting because there have been modifications all day. There have been changes made. So just seeing that and just being able to like conclude from that, it's just very important that these teams keep their eye out and see what's going on. There is another match going on at the Calhoun field. So it looks like it is about to commence. The referee's going in, making sure everything is okay, and I believe it will start momentarily.
As that'll conclude the autonomous round, as the refs going in to see which team got the control in the autonomous round, as he's seeing which ones actually count. As it'll look like it'll be red who wins the autonomous round, as we're now underway in the control play with 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
And it seems like there is a catapult type of robot, because we see the Triballs flying, and by seeing these, we know that there's a good alliance. I mean, there's one on one side, there's one on the other side, so that is just such a way to be able to work together. That is the definition of teamwork. The way that they're making this possible, the way that they even have to move to different sides is just very, very impressive.
As it looks like red's got the lead right now, but looking back to the last match, we did the results of match 53 as it was. Red won 87-24 over blue. As red's got a mostly full goal, and they even have one of the red balls in, as that'll be another green one going in for red.
Yes. And we see almost got stuck. Blue almost got stuck, but now it seems that they're coming. I think that blue might take the win on this with the teamwork.
As red's got, blue is gonna maybe try and go into the goal and try and force out as many as they can. They're trying to deduct the points and turn the Fox into 2 points.
Yes, and I believe that that round is concluded.
As we wait the results of match 54, it looks like it'll most likely be red on top because they do have a full goal plus the red ball.
They do. They have so many triballs in their goal. So we'll see.
As we'll move on to match 5 on the map and quote. As they're just putting the final touches on the court, they're getting their stuff ready. As we're gonna start getting to this round within the next few minutes.
Momentarily, as they set that up, it's so cool to see all the body shapes and the uniqueness of these robots. And I think you could see a lot more talent as well.
Tune in to the morning announcements every Friday with all new stars each week. You can see some of your favorite B&B stars throughout the year.
Yes, and I believe that these rounds are starting to come close to ending. There are only a couple more matches, and then there's alliances. So that's pretty nerve-wracking for these teams, especially the ones that are not placed so highly. Just hoping to be chosen is nerve-wracking.
As here's a replay of just one team just fling it into Red's side and just Red just flinging, just racking up as many points as they can for Red, getting it on that side.
Yes, we see the teamwork over here because having the catapult type of robot and having that addition is just so beneficial to the robot and to that team.
As we're got a minute and a half left on match 55, the results of match 54 were 145 for Red and 27 for Blue. A very dominating win by Red.
Yes, Red did incredible during that match, and I think that their technology made the robots, and the way that they coordinated with the other robot and their team is very cool, because if they didn't coordinate that way and they didn't make sure that their robot was working well with the other team and the communication wasn't spot on, they wouldn't have been able to rack up as many points or to win.
As Red now does have 4 of the triangle on top, they can get those off. They can rack up 8 points instead of just having them on top and getting them. But they do have a ton of them already in the goal. So looks like Red's got control, but anything can happen within these last 25 seconds.
Yes, anything can happen. It's anybody's game. These robots are very speedy. It's very cool how, oh my gosh, now that robot is able to climb. This is the first one that I've seen that is climbed up on the pole.
He's the only one up in 3, 2, 1. He does stay up, as that'll be 20 extra points for Red. A big 20 points.
With the win of 145 points to 27, Red Devil Robotics and Flushing, New York and Freeport, New York have won this match against Bellmore and Rockville Center.
As match 55, as we wait for the actual score, Red did get 20 points for climbing up there, and they had a lot of triangular balls in the goal, so that's a lot of points right there. But too bad they couldn't get the 4 that they got on top off to pick up those X points.
Yes, unfortunately, but it is a big achievement. It is very cool to see, because this is the first one that we got to see the whole time that we were here.
As we'll now move over to the Kennedy mat for match 6. But first, the refs are calculating match 5 as we keep inching closer and closer.
Yeah, it seems like the game is approaching pretty quickly. We see the students relaxing, getting ready for this, because you've got to be in the zone if you're competing in such rigorous robotics. It seems like the field's set up right now. We see that that they're about to start this round, and controllers are in hand.
Match 55, they've already shown one team, and they're getting ready to show the other team as the autonomous round on for match 56 is underway, as it's looking like red is really putting in blue and white autonomous right now, because red did help them by pushing it in the blue zone.
Yes, red did help it by pushing it into the blue zone, but what we could see now is just players getting ready for this, and we could also see the bodies of these robots. Bodies of these robots are pretty cool to see. I mean, the height difference, they're working, some of them can go over the bar, some of them under the bar. So it's really cool to see that there are different strategies and different logics of how to play this game and how to win.
As the autonomous round did in fact go to blue, as we are about to start, as we just started the qualification 56 controlled round, as the results for match 55 were 142 for red and 36 for blue. Through these last 3 matches at least, we've seen just not like it's a pattern. The red team is just dominating them.
Yes.
Right now it's looked like the blue team has won the autonomous round, so that could change right now.
Yes, as the blue is progressing, fighting with the red robot.
But red does have a couple in there, and they've got blue right there on their side, just in some zone, as it's looking like with a minute left, red got the lead so far with the majority of the triangular balls on their side. But blue is pushing it toward their own side, as they picked up a few there, as they're pushing them closer and closer into the goal.
Both blue robots are getting on their own side, and we see that there's almost like both robots are on their own side. They're not really fighting each other right now, and blue just their territory. Now they're both kind of in a stalemate in that corner, trying to get out, and they're trying to push each other away for these triballs.
As red put one in, as there's now 20 seconds left, as red almost put it in, but it just rolls out at the last second. 15 seconds left. This match right now could go either way, as we see red going for the leverage to try and get the advantage. It looks like it is up, but we'll have to see if it lasts, as they are up, and it looks like red will get another 20 points as we wait for the results of match 56. As we're now gonna have for the alliances and the 16.
And
is a big match trying to prove yourself.
And for this final match, it's a pleasure hosting. I will toss it over to Anthony Chiffo.
As here's a replay of just, again, the red team flinging it over, and the teammate has like a deflection to put it in the zone. As we come out to 57, as it's been, these matches have been very impressive, and the last teams are bringing over their robots and just getting ready to start the autonomous round, as we are waiting for the results of the last match that occurred on the Kennedy court.
And yeah, it looks like right now we're preparing for the final matchup of this section of the tournament. I'm Anthony Chiff, and I will be pleasure covering the last round of today alongside Chad Broxmeyer. And we've seen a lot of intense matchups today. Oh, it looks like the autonomous round is already beginning. We are on the far left match right now. The far left corner, it looks like it's Calhoun versus Memley.
we didn't see much movement from the robots there, so I'm really curious who they're going to give the win of the autonomous round to.
Agreed.
Because only one of the robots in the corner, I think, moved a little, but he one of the balls, as they do give the win of the autonomous round to Red, as we got a minute and 35 left in this match. But back to match 56, Red did win 133 to 54.
Yes, and it looks like Blue is in the top right corner, launching the ball straight into their own territory. It looks like they're having some trouble there, being blocked by Red. It looks like Red trying to counter them from getting them over to the side.
As Red they did knock it off the front of Blue, as they almost put it in the net, as that one barely stays in the corner of the net, as that'll be 5 points there for Red. As Red trying to get it.
Yeah, it looks like Red's in the top of the top there. It looks like they have full control. They're trying to push every ball they can into their own side right now. It looks like he's in the goal right now, which cannot be allowed unless both Blues are on the same side. So it looks like he was breaking the rules there for a second. It looks like he pushed one of Blue's balls out against the rules.
That is actually a good strategy. And actually, I'm pretty sure inside the rule, only way I think you can go into your opposing team's net to try and knock out the balls and eliminate the goals and turn the 5 points into the 2 points.
Right. And it looks like Blue, with 9 seconds left in the match, they got a good grip on that pole there to get those extra 20 points.
Those could be huge because right now it looks like Red has most of the balls.
Yeah, it looks like no one else went for that, so that scores Blue an extra 20 points. But unfortunately, it looks like that wasn't enough to score them the win. But
as we're waiting for the results of this match, deciding whether he had enough leverage off the mat to secure the win or at least 20 points. As after this, we will be heading over to the beginning of the alliances.
Yeah, and it looks like they're currently counting up the scores at the moment. We're still waiting to find out the results of that. Looks like the ref's discussing with the scorekeeper. Looks like Red may have taken the win here, but I'm not entirely sure because that 20 leverage points could.
The only team left which will turn into
exactly.
20 points.
Yeah, and it looks like they're still rallying up the points here. And again, this is the final match of this section, and then we move on to alliances, where the teams can choose other teams that they want to team up with based on their based on their past rounds and their robot's abilities, which ultimately brings them to the final elimination rounds.
Let's see if Red can end up coming away with their 5th win in a row. Not like there's but Red's been dominating the majority of these last few matches.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like they're still waiting to count up these balls, and it's usually longer. It's usually a much shorter process here, but
yeah, but that 20 leverage points must have really came into play.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Plus they had the Blue one in the goal with the Red one, plus a couple of the other ones. But they did have that one in the corner, which could have been big, because those could have been 2 extra if it is a close one that Blue could have ended up having, but it went into the restricted zone.
Yeah, and still waiting for the scores here.
The refs are trying to calculate and make sure they get them just right. It will look to show the teams.
And here's a replay. Here's a replay of Red scooping multiple of those balls onto the other side, which may have hugely paid off for the Red team.
As we do now have the results of that final match, it was 57 for Red and 30 for Blue. So just that all those on their side, even with that leverage, it still wasn't enough for Blue to end up coming out with the win.
Yeah, but that does show that the leverage points are extremely important, because even though the Blue didn't win, they got 20 extra points on top of their 10 original points, which can really motivate teams to focus on getting leverage points in the final rounds, because we have seen that many today focus on getting, at least from what I saw. So in the final round, teams will focus on getting those leverage points and actually competing for leverage points as well, because usually it's only one robot per team trying to get that leverage point and not multiple competing for it. And it looks like now we have an interview for Brianna Goodman, so let's take a look.
I'm Brianna Goodman, and I'm here with Lazaro Hidalgo, and he's from the Kennedy Gales. So, Lazaro, can you tell me how the competition's going, and since being one of the top-ranked teams, like how that's going for you with alliances coming up?
It's been pretty great, to be honest. We didn't really think too much about it, and we realized once we got here, a lot of our teams usually compete with very top rankings. So we thought, oh, so we're going to do really good this time around, maybe 5-0 or 6-0, how many matches there were. And we also surprised ourselves because during skills, we didn't realize we were get number 1 for the majority of the day.
That's awesome. And are you excited that you get the playing field and to be able to choose the robots of your choice?
Yes, I find it very exciting because a lot of the people here we already knew from like past years, and so we're able to create a strategic plan that allows us to win finals or even get close to finals, so it allows us to win at least something.
That's awesome. And what are some categories that you're hoping to win or to bring home back?
Tournament finalist, hoping for excellence or maybe something lower, you know. You can never know about these tournaments. It's always what the judges think, how your notebook, how you do in matches themselves, your robot design. It's a lot of factors.
It is, and seeing the way you guys played, seeing the way that you guys did, you guys are doing very well, so I wish you guys the best of luck. That's all from us, and now back to you guys.
As right now, it looks like for the rankings, Team Title is ranked number 1 as they are 6-0, and in second it looks like Overclock at 5-1. In third it looks like Team Come On Man at 6-0, and fourth it looks like the Kennedy Gaels at 6-0, and in fifth it looks like the Loose Screws at 5-1. What have you seen from these teams throughout the day?
You know, before I go into that, it's pretty ironic that the name Loose Screws was kind of loose parts today. All throughout the matches, you've seen license plates, bolts and screws, rubber bands, all over the field. So it's really, it shows how competitive of a sport it is. Like, these robots are slamming into each other, causing damage, and behind the mats, there's actually entire teams dedicated to repairing those robots, getting them into service, making sure they're ready to compete. But heading back to the rankings, you know, I've really seen the title, the 6-0 lead is really impressive here. An undefeated ranking is almost guaranteed to get you into the to get you a good spot in the rankings here. And it will definitely motivate teams to want to work with them in the when they team up. But actually, since they're ranked 1, they'll be choosing who they want to team up with first. So that's a huge advantage of being in the top 5 really first.
But another exciting thing about that is even if you get chosen for alliance by no matter what team, you can choose and decline that alliance if you don't want to be with like that team. But you also risk yourself not, like, even if that team doesn't fit like the team you want to be a part of, you can take the chance of hopefully being chosen later on.
Yeah, and especially because if you, like you said, if you don't get picked by another team, you're pretty much done for the day. So I would take any opportunity I got, unless I knew a bunch of teams hurt. I wouldn't decline an offer. You know, right now they're really trying to negotiate certain teams, and they're trying to figure out who's going to pick who. Once again, Title has the first pick in this draw here, and it looks like for the next the next 30 minutes or so, we're gonna. It looks like for the next 30 minutes have a selection period, and then we'll be taken into final matches, which is again an elimination round.
I see the teams preparing the robots, and some teams are testing them to see to make any more changes to them as they're just riding across the gym floor to see what they can and if they need to change anything.
Yeah, and it's really, once again, it's right now all of the teams are cluttered around their desks right now, as you can see. It's really a lot of work that goes into preparing and repairing these robots. Because a broken robot can really cost you the game. As we've seen before, there's been robots that have not moved an inch the entire round. There's a malfunction in either the programming or the mechanical side, and they've just been dormant for the entire round, which could really cost you points. Surprisingly, there's still been teams who have been taken to one robot and have still came back from that and taken the victory.
As we just heard, the Alliance selection will start in 10 minutes. It will be 16 teams of 2.
Yeah. So once again, there's a lot of room here to select teams, but also if you don't get selected, you're pretty much done for the day. So it's really vital that these teams try best to get selected by showing off their skill sets, their the abilities. And we've seen a lot of unique robots today. Like, are there any of you have seen that have stood out to you at all?
Definitely just this. I've seen a lot of strategies that just repeat throughout all the teams. Like, no matter what team you're on, no matter what your record is, I've just seen like teams just lobbing it over, getting the 2 points guaranteed, then having the other teammate like a pusher robot. As here's a replay of them flinging it over again, as they do end up having the other teammate did get out of the way, but they did fling in robot, just flung it in. As here's another replay of the red team just pushing it in and securing points for their team. So there's both things.
Yes, and as you can see there, there's another replay on top of that. As you can see on the left side, it looks like blue is pushing right, preventing them from even moving at all, which I've seen a lot today from the larger robots. A lot of the larger robots use as almost like barricades to prevent the smaller robots from getting through and really getting those points across to the other side. But an advantage of having a smaller robot is obviously you can maneuver a lot more efficiently. You can get through small spaces, you can go under the pylons a lot quicker, and you don't have to worry about stretching your stretching down to be able to fit under, and you don't have to worry about getting stuck. But then again, the disadvantage of that is that you can be pushed around really easily, even if it's by accident, by these larger robots, or like tank robots almost.
Yeah, just as you've seen, as one is trying to lob, you have the other robot trying to ram into them, try and just prevent it, maybe end up getting a goal out of it by deflecting it, even just a little, just because of the triangular ball, it could just bounce low at any weird angle. Yeah, as these teams are talking, all the members of the teams are discussing it to see who they want to pick, depending on what pick they have for the alliances.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like now we're going to be having an interview with Brianna Goodman and a member from the team Darius. So let's go take a look.
I'm Brianna Goodman, and I'm here with Mepham's own Diego Cacquiao. So can you tell me about how the competition's going?
Yeah, sure. So we're just finished with place. We're looking great. We've got 4 wins and 2 losses, and it's been a really great day so far, and we can't wait for the eliminations.
That's awesome to hear. And as you guys have made it to states that's upcoming in the next season, so what is the VEX Robotics Competition? What are you hoping to get out of it?
Actually, our competition, we made it to states was 2 weeks ago, and in those 2 weeks we managed to complete some disassemble the entire robot and a brand new one from scratch. So today was really our practice event to actually get this brand new robot test, figure out whatever the problems were, and we've added a bunch of different features our first robot didn't have, and these new features, we tested them out today. They're working great. As we've got in practice with it, the first 2 games are the ones that we lost. The rest of them, as soon as we kind of learned how to use our new additions, it got a lot better, and we've been really enjoying the day.
That's awesome to hear. What are some of the challenges you addressed and the features that you added on?
Sure. So last time at our competition in Farmingdale, we couldn't even move. Our wheels were getting jammed, and we were having so many issues. We just had to rip out the entire, all of the wheels and all the motors. And we wanted our robot to be a lot faster this time, so we went from 2 motors on the wheels to 6 motors now. It's 3 times as fast and much stronger. We added a bunch of steel just to make it heavier, kind of push other people away. I think an even bigger element has been the strategy. We've not just been going in blind, kind of just do the same thing every time. We talk with our alliance members every time. We come up with a way to win based specifically on what kinds of things their robot has and what we can do. And we've been finding that that's a much better way to play, just changing your situation based on the whoever you're working with, and I think it's been going really well.
That's awesome, and teamwork is definitely going to make you guys go far, and I wish you guys so much luck. That's been all from us, and we'll toss it back to you guys.
All right, and as you heard in that interview, a crucial part of coming into a match is really paying attention to your flaws and what you're doing well and adapting to that, reworking your strategy almost to adapt to other teams. Because if you didn't know, every year usually the VEX Robotics Competition is a different game style. Last year was a different style, and now it is under over. So teams have to spend a lot of time adapting to the new strategy as they're competing and winning and losing in these matches. And as they get more familiar with their opponents, they could also adapt to their robots based off of their strengths and weaknesses.
And that those strengths and weaknesses will end up being a big part to how they fix them. That will be a big part to where you get picked, if you get picked for alliances.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting rule set this year. There's multiple of them in place, and it looks like we're actually take a look at how the rules are conducted. So let's take a look at that now.
Welcome to the 2023-2024 VEX Robotics Competition season and this year's game, VRC Over Under. Over Under is a head-to-head game played by 2 alliances, one red and one blue, made up of 2 teams each. The primary game objects in VRC Over Under are plastic acorn-shaped triballs with a primary dimension of just over 6 inches. There are 60 triballs total in an over-under match, 1 preload per robot, 12 on the field, and 22 match loads per alliance. There are 2 netted goals on opposite sides of the field. A 3-inch PVC barrier divides the field into a red offensive zone and a blue offensive zone. Each triball scored in a goal is worth 5 points, and each triball which makes it into an offensive zone is worth 2 points. Robots can pick up additional triballs from the field or retrieve them from match load zones that are in the far corners of the field. However, robots may only possess 1 triball at a time. Matches begin with a 15-second autonomous period, where robots operate without input from their drivers. During the autonomous period, alliances must keep 1 robot in their offensive zone and 1 robot in their opponent's offensive zone. Robots begin with 1 alliance-colored triball as a preload. This alliance triball always counts towards the same color alliance as the triball, regardless of where it is scored. The alliance who scores the most points during the autonomous period will earn a bonus of 8 points. Alliances may also earn an additional autonomous win point by completing certain tasks during the autonomous period. The 1-minute 45-second driver control period begins once the autonomous bonus winner has been determined. During the driver control period, robots are free to move about the field. However, if an alliance ever finds itself with 2 robots in the same offensive zone, this is called double zoning. While double zoning, triballs that are scored in an alliance's goal are no longer protected from opponent robots. The VRC over-under field also includes 2 sets of alliance-specific pipes on either side of the barrier. These are called elevation bars and are used at the end of the match for elevating robots. At the end of the match, each robot's height off the ground will be measured to determine their elevation tier. Elevation points will then be awarded based on each robot's tier relative to all other robots. For example, getting to Tier E could be worth as many as 20 points or as few as 5. Elevation tiers begin at the floor and they end above the elevation bar. VRC Over Under can also be played in skills challenges, where one team competes against the clock, and the collegiate level VEX U competition, where teams design 2 robots using advanced materials. Check out the game manual or talk to your REC Foundation Team Engagement Manager for all the details. Official rules and game information for VRC Over Under can be found at roboticseducation.org or vexrobotics.com. To register a team, find events near you, or ask a question on the official Q&A, please visit robotevents.com. Best of luck, and have a great 2023-2024 season.
And as you saw in the video, it's a pretty complicated rule set, but once you really study it, it's simple to understand. But at first, it may seem intimidating. But after viewing that video, it seems a lot simpler. It's almost like soccer in a way, but a little bit more complicated. So it looks like now we have another interview with Brianna Goodman and a team from SWR. So let's take a look.
I'm Brianna Goodman, and I'm here with Ryan and Aiden, who are both competing for SW Robotics. How are you guys doing today? And after prelims, how are you guys feeling heading into?
Feelings so. Probably not gonna get picked, but I'm happy to be here with friend Aiden and Robotics team.
So, with your robots, what are some of your features that are unique and could help you get picked for finals?
Well, we have a sort of barrel that spins the Triball onto the top of a robot, which is supposed to have a flywheel, which is a shooting mechanism, and then shoots it into the goal over there. And also we have mechan wheels, which allow for easier turning, which isn't so the case.
That's pretty interesting. Are you nervous but excited to see if you do get picked for alliances?
Yeah, we're pretty hopeful that we're gonna get picked for alliances. Last time in our last competition, we didn't get picked. We actually were the second, but now we're doing better with being 26 on the board.
That's pretty impressive, and hopefully you guys do get picked. Best of luck, guys. That's been all from us. Now back to you guys.
Yeah, and as we saw there, it's really a fierce competition in order to get picked for an actual team. And it looks like we're starting alliance picking. To go over that again, the top teams are the ones that get to pick first, which is Tidal at number 1, Overclock at number 2, Come On Man number 3, the Kennedy Gales at number 4, Loose Cruise 5, L Robotics 6, and the 8. So right now they are currently organizing people in the front to pick teams, and as you can see in this replay, it looks like 2 robots are slamming into each other in the bottom left corner.
And the blue guy was wide open to just get that ball in.
Yeah, and as you can see in the top right, blue is just really launching those tri-balls straight into their own team, which is plus points. for every Triball in court, and +5 for the goal. So as you can see now, there's quite the commotion going on. Teams are organizing themselves. It looks like they're heading towards the front where the actual goals are. And it looks like they are going to be picking their teams as we speak, which is going to be a complicated process. It will all be worth it for the teams picked, and maybe devastating for the teams that don't get picked, because it could end their chances today in the qualifying tournament. And as you can see, all of these students, except for the tech people, are moving their way over to, it looks like, the bleachers now, and it looks like they're going to be starting shortly. But as you can see, there's still a few people left behind. See, those people were preparing the robots during this 30 to 40 minute intermission, which is going to be vital to really having a chance of succeed. Regardless if they get picked or not, it's still important that they test their robots, make sure they're still working, and that's once again that's crucial. So, Jack, you think? Have you seen any robots today that have completely malfunctioned?
I've seen one at one point where they just got caught against the wall, or just caught towards the middle bar, and they weren't able to move it. They were just able to move their back tires, so they were stuck basically.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like on the floor right now, there's currently 2 students testing one of the robots to make sure that the wheels are functional. But as you can see, the floor is very cluttered right now. People are bringing over the robots to show other players in order to have a shot of being picked. So now it's been a pleasure covering this last round and the beginning of this intermission, and now Brianna Goodman happened to cover this this qualification section.
This team title is thinking about their decision right now, as the alliances will be selected to team title against pick, as they wait for the last few teams to arrive so they can get the alliance selections going.
Yes, and I just got to speak to some of the teams that are competing, some people that are on the better side of the competition, the ones that are placed higher, and I got to speak to some people that have to deal with being picked or not being picked. So it's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of anxiety from both ends, but we know that whatever decision that they make, hopefully it's a good one, and hopefully one that they'll be happy with. But I'm so glad I got to speak to them and see their point of view on it.
Yeah, as the judge is just saying the last few things, and then he's going to give team title their pick for their alliance.
And yes, when the judge gives them their pick for their alliance, it's pretty exciting for both ends. Then they have to learn how to coordinate these robots and see what their strengths, what their weaknesses are, and what's going to be complied, because some of these robots work well with others. There's some that are pushing in. There's some robots that are good at getting the Triballs to the other end of the court. So it's just very important and so good to see how you're going to coordinate these alliances and how you're going to work together with new people.
His team title has made the pick, and it was declined.
Yeah, it was declined, but unfortunately that's going to be the case for some teams today. And the silence in the room just grew and the tension comes down to who's going to be picked and who's not. So it's a special moment for these teams, because
as the #1 team title gets declined yet again by the #3 team, as they now try and get overclock Team 2, as the 2 team and the 3 team and a 9 man.
Yes, and we see the tension grow. And who gets chosen, who doesn't. It's just a matter of fact of like what's needed, because you could have the greatest stats, but if there's something that works better with your robot, that's what it comes down to.
That's Team 8, the Kulubot. As they accept, so Team title and Team 8, Kulubot 59688 will be forming the first alliance of the alliances. This will now give Overclock the number 2 5 and their pick for the alliances.
Yes, they will see who they will ally with, and just choosing that is a big decision. So
The Overclock Team 7, as they accept Team 1 and Team 8 and Team 2 and Team 7 as the first 2 alliances. It's now Team 3. Come on, man.
So news just had that 2 teams from the same school just combined to form an alliance. So the familiarity, it just shows how important it is to have that connection, have that teamwork, and you know, it's expected but unexpected, because it's cool that these 2 teams came together to form one team from the same school with the same speed, with the same motive. So just knowing that they know each other, they have familiarity, they've worked together in the past, that is very strong, and that gives them a good chance for this competition. Who's gonna come up right now with us is Anthony Chiffo, willing to talk to us more about VEX.
Yes, and big deal. Our host Jared takes a brief intermission. So, as you can see, the hosts are the host of the event over there is currently one of the teams. They're holding up signs, kind of like they're taking a prison mugshot in a way. They're holding up these number selections, which is labeled, A, B, Y, depending on their team numbers.
Yeah, they are selecting this. This is good for organization and fortune. These teams do have names, but having it in numbers just makes it better in a grander scheme of things. Would you agree with that?
Yes, because a lot of the numbers appear on the alliance selection on the board behind them. It shows by number instead of by team, so it's crucial to know the numbers. But as you can see behind me, you currently see the alliances that have been made. They're going to be seen. 8 have been selected. Currently, 9 have been selected. We're still waiting for a few more to wrap up the selection rounds. And then these 16 alliances will go on to compete in the final matches, which once again will be an elimination style tournament, which is super competitive. What do you think about the elimination style tournament? Do you think it's more challenging for people to compete in? Do you think it's more stressful than a regular tournament?
I believe that elimination is so much more stressful. I mean, there's no chance for you to continue competing. I mean, if you do, the whole day has been stressful. The last few matches for this is like, you know that if you're top ranked, you know that you're gonna come back, like it's okay. But after this, you're done. Like if you don't back, you're done. So it's just, you have to take that into account. Be the best alliance here, but if you don't win or you don't get there, then unfortunately you're not gonna make it back.
Yes, on traditional tournament, like Super Smash Bros. Tournament, for example, I don't believe there is a loser's bracket. So if you're out, you're really out. There's no redemption. Like in any here in BMB.
Yeah, it's just not as traditional as usual, so you just have to deal with it. And even the tension leading up to who gets chosen and who doesn't, like that in itself is very stressful because these last few alliances being formed, this means the end for some of these teams. Like, some of these teams are not coming back for finals, and it's been a long day, so it's either, it's sad to see some teams go, but it comes down to being chosen or not.
Yes, it's very interesting is that while they're also holding up their selected, their team numbers, they're also to almost show off that, hey, we have this powerful robot. This is why you should pick us. Look at all these. They might recognize from previous rounds. A lot of times, if they're holding an extra low, I've seen that robot. I like it. That's gonna help pick what team they want to be on. And it looks like we're down to the last 15 and 16. It looks like 15 currently is selected. See if they're going to find accept. And it looks like one of the teams that interviewed before make it to this round actually just made in the second to last selection. They accepted the offer to be in team. It was the WR team which we interviewed.
I did interview them, and they were pretty nervous. They did not know if they were going to come back, and they really wanted to. So I'm very for that. Very reached to that win, but yeah. See some of these teams, these last alliances, it's very, very nerve-wracking because you've just got to accept at this point.
And before another thing about this, they weren't sure. Once again, they weren't sure that they were going to make it at all. So if they made it at all, they placed pretty low. And I think that they have placed in the final selection along with the other prominent team. And it looks like now all 16 teams have been selected. So there's going to be a submission period, so people can refine their robots and make sure that everything is, up to their standards. Something we heard before from Diego, who's actually from Memphis. He was talking about how they spend a ridiculous amount of time preparing their robots. They said right before they started competing, like a week before they started competing, they ripped down their robot to its bare bones and reconstructed it to really fit their needs and to adapt to their play style, to make sure that it turns efficiently, make sure it moves efficiently, make sure it doesn't fall apart when impacted. Because during practice, you want to make during practice on their own, teams want to ensure that their robot is moving quickly. But something many teams may overlook is the durability of the robots. Because as we've seen, there's been pieces flying all across this arena.
Yes, and that's why we see people wearing protective equipment and goggles and all these things. And I think it's very impressive that our very own MEPM Pirate Robotics, they were able to reconstruct a robot. Like, that is impressive because they saw their flaws and they were able to take 2 weeks, take it into consideration, probably work day and night, say after school. The faculty and staff and the students as well, like, imagine all of the work that went into that.
Yes, and as you can see now, there are actually teams vigorously reconstructing their robotic parts. As you can see, that wheel right there is what's used to scoop up the Triballs and either launch them or carry them into the goals. But once again, not only just Melbourne, but every team here, I'm sure, has spent a ridiculous amount of time in the past couple of weeks, especially preparing their robots. But not only now, but in the past months, studying the rules of the game, studying the new play style is, once again, every year they rotate the play style. Last year it was launching discs into a net. This year it is throwing triballs. It is usually completely different each year. And that's something that really keeps it fresh and interesting for teams, and it keeps it fair for all the teams, especially the newer teams who are just starting out.
Exactly. I've met some freshmen on the court today. I've met so many people. Some of them, it's their first, second, third robotics competition. But what makes this interesting is that, like, you have to adapt to the measurements, the size. Like, if your robot is too big, it might not be able to go over, it might not be able to go under. Like, there's certain things that this robot might not be able to do that may seem good from an outside perspective, but once it's in the field and it's in the match, it won't be able to move as efficiently, and that's what it comes down to. And making those adjustments, changing the height, changing the weight, making sure that it can adapt to such a uniquely but odd shape tri-wall, because that shape's like very, very unique and odd.
It's like an acorn shape.
It is like an acorn.
In a usual game even in like soccer, football, usually, balls aren't shaped like acorns, especially in robotics. Last year was a disc, so it's a completely different shape. This one's a lot wider. Last year was a lot narrower and easier to pick up and throw. And also the density of this one. This one's probably a lot heavier than in previous years. So it really, you have to really focus on how much your robot can lift, how much it can catapult almost. People, as you've seen, teams have designed literal catapults, like medieval-style catapults, to send their balls over. And not only catapults, but they've also assembled these wheels that spin ridiculously fast, so they can just drop the tribal straight onto it and just send it into the other net.
They have, and what I find very interesting about the catapults, because before I really got to see the game, I didn't understand how the catapult could be used, but then when I saw it with the alliances, I saw the amazing teamwork. I saw how these catapults got the tri-balls onto the other court, and when it got to the other territory, the other team was able, not the other team, but the other robot in the alliance was able to push the tri-balls into the net and into the goal, which I think is very, very fascinating, because the bodies of these are very distinct. They're all very different, very diverse, and when you take into consideration compatibility between these alliances and the robots, you got to see what works best for you. If you have a catapult, or you have one of them was like a scooping one, and it sucked in the tri-ball, we saw how that was different. Like, we saw how that, in comparison to a catapult, those two might not work well together, even though both could be ranked at the top. So if you had a short one and a tall one, they can work very well together.
For sure, definitely. And going back to the alliances that you mentioned, if you didn't know, before, in the past 50 or so matches, it's been all school versus school. For example, Memphis versus Kennedy. The two red robots were both from the same school, and the two blue robots were both from the same school. But now the difference is, in this elimination round, the alliances actually work with differing schools. So let's say Memphis and Kennedy actually team up, and they have one robot from each school facing off two robots from another school. So it just adds a whole nother area of complications, because there's multiple schools competing at once. It's 4 instead of 2, which could really add complications, because these schools have most likely not communicated before this, because they have differing tech, differing skill sets, which can really challenge their play style. And also, not to mention, they probably have much different strategies, so they have to communicate their strategies. And part of this intermission is ensuring that they have the time to communicate their strategies. And something that was interesting is that right now they're a little bit over schedule. The elimination round was supposed to start almost an hour ago at this point, but they're taking additional time to ensure that the matches were conducted properly and fairly. Now, going back to the production side of things in terms of technology, not only are they ensuring these robots are, working, but they're also making adjustments based on what they've seen in the game, making new strategies and stuff like that.
I think what's really interesting is based off the prompt, like I would say this is a prompt, the game itself is a prompt, the different logics and the different ways of winning, like the way that people strategically were able to build these and construct these robots is very interesting to me, because you saw different methods and different techniques of how they were going to solve the way and the issue of getting these acorn-shaped triballs into different nets. So what I think it's very unique, and to see the diversity and the logic of these different robots and the different teams, because these teams are thinking so differently. I mean, these robots they have different functions, different additions. All of them are so different. Like, the way they're thinking is different.
Yeah, I mean, you really haven't seen robots similar to them. I mean, we definitely seen similar robots. We haven't seen any identical robots. Almost like a fingerprint. Everyone has a unique fingerprint. It looks like every team here has a unique robotic style. There are some similarities, though, like shape has been a big thing that we've noticed. There's been a lot of robots that have been very close to the ground, as tight as possible. And there's also been some huge robots, and both of those have different advantages. For example, these smaller robots, like I said before, are much easier at navigating through small spaces, but most of them are not able to grab onto the pylons above them at all. And that's something that the big robots, or the tanks I like to call them, are really amazing at doing, is grabbing onto those pylons and keeping a hold on them to gain those extra 20 points. Because in the final round, the extra 20 points could mean the difference between defeat and victory. And it's something that the teams are really have to focus on when they not only select their alliances, but also select what robots they're going to put into play.
We saw that with Kennedy a lot, because Kennedy was Kennedy Cougars, the JFK. They were struggling at one point, and they took their robot, they got it onto the red side, and they just clung onto it. And the way that their robot is that it compacted small, but it stretched out and it just hung onto it. So seeing that was really, really interesting.
Yeah, and something that's also very interesting is I haven't seen a single robot actually grab onto the yellow part of the pylon, which was unexpected. I would think that at least one robot would make it onto the highest point available. And as you saw in the rules earlier, the higher you get on that pole, the more points you actually get. And usually you only see them grab onto the horizontal bar and not the vertical bar, or onto the black pipes underneath them. And as long as they're elevated off the ground some way, you gain points. But as you know, the higher you are relative to the robots, the more points you get. So I think in the final round, we're going to see seeing a lot higher robots than in previous rounds, because they're going to be competing for that height advantage.
Yes, and the categories that the teams can take home, it doesn't just have to go with who wins and the final standings. It also has to go with how their design is, how their notebook is, how their sketches are, and their designs. Like, if you see a very unique robot, if you see the way they play, those are the types of things that you take into consideration, because some of these awards are for mobility, fast, speed, all of these different things. So when you see the way that they play and the techniques, those are awards that could possibly be given. What's also interesting is some of these awards can take some of these teams to states, which is definitely something that it's something very, very motivational.
It just adds another level of motivation, definitely. And as you can see here, this is one of the Mempum teams. They're frantically working on assembling the robot before the round starts, because as you're seeing right now, the ref and the officials are huddling all of the opponents together, or at least the team captains, it looks like, to discuss maybe the rules and to go over how this elimination style works, in case people aren't up to date with the rule set, which they should be, because before this there was an intense rule set that you had to study on the website in order to prepare yourself for the game. And it looks like currently they're just going over the rules just in case anyone forgot. And also, it looks like they might be giving some of the technicians extra time to assemble the robots because currently the first round, the stats are actually on the board currently, which means that they're getting ready to move into this next match. And it looks like they just switched the bracket, but it looks like they're starting to prepare for these the first matches of the finals. And as you're seeing now, they're actually testing robots with some of the triballs that they've taken to their sides to make sure that it can launch them, collect them, or move them properly according to how they would like.
Exactly. Like these triballs, like that unique shape, making sure that they're able to move on the mat is very important. Like they've gained the traction, they've gained the experience from the prelims, and now it's just time to make those corrections, make those changes, and make sure that the robots are able to perform in finals.
Definitely, and it looks like the teams are heading back to their tables right now. The referee was just discussing with one of the officials, but it looks like everyone's heading back to their tables to have their final pep talks and meetings with everyone that they are talking to really ensure that they are ready to go. And also negotiating with their team, with the other schools that they're working with to ensure that they have an effective strategy. Something I've seen many teams do is have one large robot and one really small robot, like one tank almost, and then one small robot closer to the ground for movement. Have you seen that as well?
I have, and I see the compatibility between both of them. I saw a launcher, a catapult launcher before,
Definitely.
and then I saw a very tiny robot that was able to manipulate those corners, go under the poles, but they weren't really able to go over, but they were able to go under and really, really move slyly across the field.
Yes, and something interesting I've seen is a lot of there's been a few robots that have had the wheel strength, like almost 8 or 10 wheels, to go straight over the black pipes that are on the ground. They can just go straight over them because traditionally they go underneath the pylons, but I've seen a few robots just go straight over the black pipes.
Yeah, and when you see those are like monsters. Like the way that they're able to do that, I heard from Diego Cajallao how they added like engines. They added 6 engines to the bottom of the robot to make the robot be able to have that manpower to go through, to go over, and to, fight those other robots, because you see these robots are getting aggressive in the ring.
Yes, and as you can see now, there's actually a student applying multiple zip ties to some of their parts, and that's to keep them in place. And we've actually seen I've actually seen a lot of those today loose on the court. And the reason why they're adding so many is just to ensure that everything that they need stays in place according to how they need it. Because once again, it is extremely important to make sure that these robots are not only efficient at moving and scoring, but also are durable. Because a lot of times, even accidentally, you'll hit into another robot, and especially if your robot's on the smaller side, that could be detrimental to winning the game if you get damaged.
Exactly, and it's also a concern for the safety of the players, because if the players aren't safe, if there's parts flying all over the place, it can hurt somebody, and you don't want that.
I 100% agree. And it looks like now they're calling over the scorekeepers to the tables. It looks like they are giving them a talk, just going over the rules again, making sure they know what's going on. And there's actually a large team of scorekeepers. It looks like 10 to 12 scorekeepers, along with the ref and announcer, that are discussing. And as you can see, the technician tables are starting to free up because a lot of the students are actually starting to make their way over to the courts for the first matches. To the arenas for the first matches. Right now, we have C2C Robotics preparing their robots, making last-minute changes on the field, not even in their tech table, but on the field. It looks like they're pumping air into the tires of the.
They're inflating these tires.
It looks like they're inflating the tires to ensure that they are properly inflated.
And it's crazy because it's so close to game time. Like, these are things that they must take into consideration. I mean, their tires could have been popped. You never know. With all the moving parts, maybe because of the crashing with other robots.
Actually,
those are scary
now that I'm
things.
seeing it, it looks like these tires aren't being inflated at all. It looks like they didn't have air in the tires. It looks like they were drilling a part into place. I actually didn't see that correctly. They were drilling a part into place to assure. So a similar process to putting air in the tires. They were drilling in a part of there. It looked like to be in the tire area to ensure that that's secure. Because if a tire falls out, that could really be detrimental to how you perform.
It could 100% be detrimental, and it could be very, very crucial to how the final standings go, or to how these teams will come back.
It's almost like NASCAR in a way, where there's a pit stop where cars will go and repair themselves before or even during the match. Well, obviously you can't repair your robot during the match, but you can repair it right before and after the match. So that's what it reminded me of. And it looks like now most of the teams that are performing are assembling their teams in the arenas, and they're getting ready to perform in the final elimination bracket. And behind them is a screen showing the bracket. So currently, none of the rounds have commenced. But once they do, it will go into the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and then the finals, as you can see on the screen now.
Yes. These are several games that will lead to our final standings. And as we see these robots start to get into their forms and to start to form these alliances, the alliances were formed, but to see how they're going to start to work together, these are the types of things that they're taking into consideration right now, like the final adjustments, because after this they're not allowed to touch it. And I see people start to stack their triballs so they can get ready for this. One of the machines that I'm seeing right now is a small one and a tall one. Just like you said, one of them looks like it can open up, and the other one is just very tall.
Yeah, and something, like we mentioned before, the combination of small and large robots. That's something that's I'm wondering if these teams that collaborate with each other in the finals are going to be still sticking to that, or if they're going to be going with two big robots or two small robots. I can't imagine a team using two small robots, because that immediately takes unless it has a pole at the top, it's going to be impossible for them to go into that the bar and gain the extra 20 points, unless they somehow can manage to get themselves onto the black pipes.
Exactly, and the shape of that looks like it could maybe maneuver itself to go above the pole, but that could be a risky thing, and there could be a possibility that the robot might not make it there, or it might not be able to climb up.
Yes, definitely. It seems really challenging to really get on that pole without having a handle. It just seems. It seems like it's extremely important to have a bigger robot as well as a smaller robot. But we'll see as these rounds commence. And it looks like the first round is about to commence. They're ensuring that their goggles are secured. And it looks like the autonomous round is about to begin. So let's take a look at that. It looks like the referee is just ensuring that everyone's safe and ready to go. And it looks like they're about to begin.
Yes, it looks like they've got the triballs in hand, and they started.
Red immediately going to score. They missed both of those. It looks like Blue slowly moving towards their goal with one of the blue triballs right there. Slowly and steadily moving, but it looks like, I can't really tell if that actually made it to the goal. I'm really curious to see who actually won this round. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, it looks like one of the red robots got one of their red balls into the goal. I can't tell if it's fully in there or not, so I'm wondering to see.
I think it's on the edge, but you know what's interesting about that robot is that I really thought that the robot was, gonna climb or something, but the way that it snaps, it seems very convenient for this game.
For sure, and it looks like now they're going into the driver operating competition. It looks like the tank of the red team is just going in, retrieving and pushing into their goal. They did by the smaller red robot, like I described before, just went straight over the pipe, the black pipe, has 8 to 10 wheels there, allowing it to move extremely quickly. And it looks like the red team is just lowering the ball straight into the
Looks like there's going to be a stalemate between red and blue because there is some tension over there. They're fighting.
Blue is trying to prevent red from those easy
The Triball.
yeah, those easy points. It looks like the smaller blue making some progress. Looks like a paint roller on the end is making some progress by getting some balls into the goal. But it looks like it's heavy off there to red. Massive amount of Triballs in the air side.
The maneuverability of these robots are impressive. The size and the way that some of these robots, it definitely attributes to their success. I mean, look at how the small red robot moves. It is zooming. It's able to fit under. It's able to go over in a way, but I think its weakness is actually grabbing Triball.
Absolutely. I think its main weakness is being stopped by the, I think it's the weakness, but the main weakness is being stopped by the other robots. Because as you get to multiple traffic jams and stalemates by bigger blue robot. And it looks like they jumped the red. It looks like red is most likely going to be taking home the victory today. It looks like there's going to be no elevation bonuses because all the robots are touching the ground currently. And they, as you know, have to be above the tiles or to gain that elevation point. And it looks like they just didn't have enough time to really propel themselves off of the ground.
And it seems like a little bit of frustration for the red team because they almost had the tilt. It was kind of sad how the outcome was. It just ended up down and gravity just pulled it down.
Yes, and it looks like they're just counting up the rest of the Triballs to see, just to confirm that red has victory. As you can see on the blue side, there's a lot of Triballs in the top left corner, but as you probably know, the red bars don't count for that's a loading zone. And it looks like now we have an interview and I'm close to that now.
Are you exhausted?
Looks like we're having some technical difficulties there in terms of sound, but right now they're preparing to go into the next actually in middle court, and how they do it, they go from court to court, usually from left to right or right, because it looks like they're starting off with the manual round, the manual control round, going straight into the action here. It looks like red is howling balls over to the side.
And we are seeing that they are resetting up the court for the next matchup. And as we take a look at the Kennedy court, we see that there is a comparison in these robots. There is definitely a size difference, definitely different strategical difference. And it's very, very interesting to see how these robots are competing.
Yes, and now we can actually see the match It looks like there's a, I can't tell where the smaller red robot is, but it looks like they're both on the same side, which means that blue can actually scoop balls or tri-balls out of red's zone. It looks like they're not going for the opportunity because it might be more valuable to propel balls into their own side because of the lack of tri-balls that they actually have on their own court and in the goal. Red, it looks like at this point, red is just ensuring that these tri-balls stay in their zone, and blue isn't taking the opportunity to scoop the balls out because they don't have a smaller robot. If they had a smaller robot like red, they could just plow right through the red's goal and just remove those tri-balls from the court.
Just like how red is doing right now, red came to blue's territory to try to take it, and blue is in red's territory, and red is, I don't know if red is trying to get them out, but at one point they tried to push them that way.
And one thing is, as long as there's one from each team on each side, you can't take tri-balls out of a goal. The only time you could do that is when two of the same color on one side. And it looks like that concludes our matchup. We're still awaiting on the scores, but it looks like red once again took this one home in the bag.
And the final score.
Yeah, we see that they are getting their stuff together for the next matchup. They are counting, making sure all of the scores are correct, making sure all of the territories have the right amount of points to conclude the winner of this matchup.
Yes, and once again from before, the previous match, the final score ended up being 98-43, which was a victory for red. And it looks like that will be happening once again with red. And now we have a view of all three of the courts. And as you can see, the courts that aren't being played on are being cleaned up and inspected to ensure that the amount of tri-balls in there are up to the standards. Now we're moving over to the far left court, and it looks like they're debating whether they should give a victory to red or blue currently.
Yes, it seems like they are trying to decide who the winner was. I mean, both teams did fairly well, but there always has to be a winner, especially to see who will go on to semis. And what we see right now is the setting up of these courts, the exact calculations of how much are on the winning side or the losing side.
And it looks like they're going straight into the autonomous round on the far left side. And it looks like red was programmed, both red robots were programmed to just go straight in. For some reason, the blue robots aren't operating at all. It looks like they may have operated already and may have missed it, or they may have malfunctioned and not moved at all. And I'm having trouble deciding who won this round. It looks like blue may have taken it home because of their balls that they have currently. But it looks like red pushed a decent amount of tri-balls into their goals.
Yes, and we do know that the tri-balls goal is equivalent to 5 points. So pretty indecisive right now, but once the judges see, we can see.
Red took the victory because of those all the tri-balls in their goal. As you can see, was not in their goal, even though they have side. As you know, the goal counts more than being on the field. So it looks like red is taking the victory, and now they're preparing to go straight into the driver mode. And here we go. You know, one unique thing about the red robot is that it's on a clamp down and just push everything out of the way.
It's like plowing. That's what we see. It seems like the red robot is plowing their way through this.
Like a snowplow, yeah.
It's wings. Wow, look at the flaps of that. And there's a catapult on the other side. I can't see which team that is, but it's pretty cool. One of the teams is catapult. That's very smart because now that team can get the tri-balls into the goal while staying on the other side and acquiring from the other side. So that's a very, very interesting strategy. And
it looks like there was a bit of a traffic jam for a moment, and while there was a traffic jam, taking advantage of that and getting as many balls into their territory as they can. Now it looks like all of 4 robots are on the same side, which is really interesting because it looks like they're just fighting to get points out of the red goal.
And it's snapped up. Did you see that? The red robot is able to scoop it up, put it inside the goal, and then it snaps up. So I'm assuming that they're probably going to go high. It's like trying to get the leverage because the height on that's insane.
Certainly. And it looks there, 25 seconds left in the match. Not much progress has been made on the blue side. It looks like most of the fighting has been in territory.
And it seems like red is being blue there. Red is genuinely making sure that blue's not, it's making sure blue's not able to get that chance. And there's only 6 seconds left, and so there's probably not much to be done. And they did not go for that height point.
Which is amazing. Yeah, I know we're only in the 3rd round, but I would think to see more height from these robots. And it looks like Red took this one home as they're counting Red's Triballs from not because there's still always a chance for Blue to take this home.
Yes, there is such a difference, and
Definitely.
We can't really see.
Yeah, but it looks like most of the referees you can see the referee counting Triballs in the Reds' goal, which means that they have they probably have a crazy amount in that goal. But it looks like they're going under to see if it was actually in the goal or not, because they're not entirely sure of that.
And it's hard to tell because some of these Triballs are like on the edge. So it's whether or not count them, because if they don't count, then it could have just been lost points. So maybe that could be a strategy for these teams to fix if just try barely on. We're not getting that in complete.
It looks like we have a replay, a little skirmish going on in the top left corner. And as you can see in the bottom left, one of the red robots is just catapulting those Triballs into their own side, which really could have given them the win there. As you can see, the catapulting effect at getting points onto their side. It's like Red secured the win here, but we're not entirely sure based off of the judges.
See, these judges are contemplating what's going on and contemplating their points. So now we're back at the game, and we're going to see, it seems like they're setting up for the next round. And we've got DW, SWR against Overclock. So it's a very interesting way to see. I remember I did interview SWR about how they felt, and they were nervous about being picked or not. So it's really good to see how they perform and see what they do, because I know that they got picked and they were one of the last alliances to be formed. So it's exciting to see what they've got and how their robot works.
Certainly, yeah, and it looks like Red overwhelmingly took the win in the last match, 135-18. And it looks like we're about to go into the autonomous round of the right matchup here with SWR. Once again, Red took the victory here from Blue, and it looks like Red has consistently taken the victory, which is kind of a coincidence here, because usually you're randomly assigned to either Red or Blue, but it looks like Red is consistently up the day is consistently taking a victory here, which is maybe a little bit of a good luck for the Red competitors.
Yeah, every time I've seen Red on the field, they've been doing pretty well. I mean, Blue has been strong as well, but I've seen Red do pretty well. And what's interesting to me is that I see the Red have a lot of the height, and I feel like the first time I saw it go for the height points, it was the Red robot, and I believe that was from the Cougar bots.
Certainly. So it looks like there's a minute and 50 long timeout right now. It looks like they may have been having technical difficulties or a dispute regarding the rules of the competition here. Next match is going to be in the far right field, and there's still a minute on the clock.
And I think during this time, communication is key. Making sure that the robots work, of course, and making sure that the team agrees on how they're going to play this. I think give control to someone that's trustworthy. Well, everyone in the team should trust each other, but having the skills to manipulate these robots on the field is something that also must be worked at. Don't you agree?
Certainly. Yeah, definitely. It's extremely important. And as you could just see, the ref just announced, as you could hear actually, the ref just announced 1 minute left on the timeout clock. And as you can see, almost like the technicians here are frantically working on assembling their robots to making sure that they are up to with the game.
We see that as the time running out, they're trying to address an issue, the blue team on the Mepham field, and they are getting that robot back into the field just in time because there's only 24 seconds left until this match ends.
Certainly. And it seems like they're putting robots onto the court, onto the playing field, ensuring that their controllers are properly wired. 10 seconds left. The referee is inspecting the court to make sure it is up to date. And currently, timeout is over, which will mean they're going to this round briefly. It looks like in this matchup, you have Calhoun Robotics versus Mepham Robotics, which is actually interesting.
That is an indistinguishable.
It's a crosstown rivalry.
Bellmore against Merrick, and it seems like the referee is starting to get ready. He is looking, and he's going to start this. This looks very intense. There's so many people huddling around it, and
it looks like they're waiting briefly just to
start
make sure
this.
Going smoothly. They had a little bit of another additional pause here. And now they're starting their time this round. And here we go.
And they just begin.
It looks like blue and red went almost like the same strategy. They went straight to push those balls in, and the other two not.
They're just not moving.
Could be part of the strategy because early game positioning is also important. Looks like they're discussing who the winner of that round was. It looks like it may have because as you can see, they both pushed their balls in the same time. But it looks like blue got stuck on the edge. But which team took the win here?
Yeah.
But we'll see in a moment. Interesting.
And we do see that blue on this field was having a little struggle right beforehand, and we were kind of nervous for blue. They were stressing out, frantically trying to making sure it all worked at the end, but didn't move when push came to shove. So hopefully there's better luck during the controlled round. So we're just hoping that blue gets on its little wheels and starts moving.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like the referee is fixing the license plate curve. As you may not know, all of the robots are required to have license plates as they are checked before the arena or in the morning before they come in. They are all inspected to make that they are following the rules and are able to compete. And they are all signed license plates, which is also important for seeing these teams because display which robot you have. Fire mode is starting right now. They're going straight into it.
And blue is not moving.
Catapult. One of the blue robot is not moving at all.
Oh, and it moves.
Detrimental.
But look, it's moving. And the height on that, it extends, and it seems like that one can go for the height.
What's interesting here is the blue catapult. There's really no point in the blue having a catapult if the smaller blue robot won't be able to push the Triball in. It looks blue catapult is acting as the small robot would and just going straight to push the balls in instead of launching them. It looks like red in the far right is launching some balls onto their side right now. They have a little bit of a catapult system here. It looks like they're slightly missing the goal, but they're still getting those additional points. And blue is going back onto their side to prevent red from doing that. They're having a little bit of shoving match here. and Blue almost just got shoved over back to red side. And it looks like Blue's trying to. Blue can't get through there because his teammate's actually blocking away, unfortunately.
But we see how Blue is just the controller of it is trying to get Blue over back to its own side, but is not budging. It is just struggling to move and adjusted. But height on these robots, I must say, cannot adequately move through the beams. It seems. Oh, and one went from the high point. We see that red on the right goes for the high point.
Huge. It looks like Blue couldn't stay on mark. It looks like they fell forwards and then forward. Red did manage to get a really good grip on the bar there. One of the highest I've seen today, actually. And it looks like the other red robot, it was a tractor robot, we're trying to get up itself.
Yeah.
It looks like red took this round in the, it was a very close matchup. I think this height advantage could really take it home for red. What do you think?
I think that this advantage could definitely take it home. We saw a little bit of struggle today with getting the Triballs into the goals, but I think 20-point lead could 100% boost them to win.
Yes,
this.
Like we talked about before, especially a 20 points can make an extreme difference because as you see, this match was extremely close. They almost had this of Triballs on both sides.
But so, red ultimately won with 135-18.
And it looks like there was actually the stats from the previous round. We're waiting on the. Looks like that's the stats from the previous round. But it still looks like red's gonna take this in the bank because of his height advantage. As you can see, they're still counting up to ensure which team took the victory. Something that's surprising, though, the blue robot was malfunctioned. Blue still managed to hold their own and get a lot of those Triballs onto their own side and maintain them on that side. It looks like the Cat almost acted as the small robot and just went to shove Triballs onto their side. The referees and the officials are currently discussing the final results. And as you can see in the replay here, Triball initially went to fling the Triballs over, but then realizes that would be ineffective because his teammate was down. So then it goes to just shove the Triballs onto their side.
And we see that there's being a slipping grasp from red at some point, but they did get wrong and through because they did get the advantage of the height. So they will have to count and see what ultimately happened. But overall, we see that was a significant advantage. And right now, we are taking a look at a rearranged court.
Yes, and currently they're getting moved over to the next court. They were starting to prepare the robot
for Kennedy. The Kennedy.
Yes. Back to the far right we were just on. They are discussing some of the challenges that they face in the match, the technical difficulties that they face, as well as the final scorings of the match. And it looks like going back to the middle court, the next two teams are preparing their robots.
They're preparing for the which, as we know, is probed beforehand to make sure and see what way they're going to strategize this. And it's really cool to see because it's how they perceive the game before they actually play the game. So that's what I'd like to see, because we see how they program, what strategy is, they know the setup, but what are they going to do? What are they going to do without actually having that full control and leverage over the game? Let's see.
And it looks like for some reason, blue has won a red got the high advantage. It looks like the score is 0-2. maybe may have received some points taken off because of foul play. But now going back to the middle court, you can see this is the time. Red robots are going hard at it. The blue robots really aren't doing much.
The blues aren't really moving too much, but we see some action on side, and their game has just concluded. So now they must rearrange for digital play.
Yes.
And as we see here, we see the shape of these robots and how they are moving. Look, they are able to move over that center bar. There's a little bit of a stalemate over there, some fighting. There's definitely speed with the red, and we see that there's...
Red is going straight in with catapult. That is the most efficient catapult I've seen today.
Me too.
In at least 10 to 20 points.
And suck in, and they're able to sideball because look at that, they're able to catapult. That is new function.
Very efficient team there. They have the sweepers on one end and the catapult on the other. If they use all their their triballs from outside of the boxes, and now they're just focusing on maintaining their goal. Because as long as they keep these triballs goal, they will most likely guarantee them ensuring that the blue robots cannot try, because both the red robots on one side will allow the boss to push them out. But it actually looks like one of the blue robots was stuck for a moment there and is struggling to get out because it was actually rotated to where it basically can't.
But now it just moved through. And
now it has gotten out, yes, and trying to push as many tribals into its goal as it can.
What I think is cool about red is that there's one robot, their strategy is that there's one on its side, making sure they're sweeping the balls in.
Ooh, and it looks like red elevation bonus there. It looks like it's hard to tell if they actually secured it or not, but attempt for it. We're gonna see what the referee discusses about that. Looks like one of the robots definitely secured that height advantage. The other one may have hit the floor, but we're still finding out the result of that. It was guaranteed that red took home the victory today, actually from their goals and additionally from their elevation bonus. So it looks like it's almost guaranteed that red took the...
Yes, because we saw the efficiency in that team, saw that communication, the way that they kept one of their bot on one end and just kept stuffing their court. I think that was for them, while the other worked to get it. So as we could see here in the replay, we could see how red is working to get these tri-balls in to their goal, and they are efficient with their flaps.
Crazy speed there, crazy about Triball just got launched at once, which is really the fact all day. I've seen some pretty quick.
And we saw so much velocity. We saw all this speed, and we see all this momentum within these robots. But what really impressed me about red was their communication and the way they were able to compatible with each other, able to move across the beam. They were able to make sure that things were moving effectively. So it's really, really cool to see how these things are moving and coordinating with each other.
And something to learn is that actually that entire match has just been invalidated because there was a malfunction of the timer. So it looks like they're going to be redoing the entirety of that later in the competition. It looks like they're going over to the far right, to the far left now, but it looks like they're assembling the court for the next game. And now we have an interview from two prominent players that are talking over that right now.
You guys remember your name, right? Yeah. Hi, I'm here with? And
Lindsay Nishda.
Okay, so you guys were building your box. What would you say the process of it is?
We started with making a drive base, which is
just the wheels and making it right. And we made a catapult as well as an arm and take the tribal.
Now, what would you say, how long would that have taken?
It took pretty much the whole year, starting in around September, October, and we've been working on it all the way up until literally yesterday. My team has been working on this robot.
That's crazy. That's cool, though. Now, what would you say is your favorite part about this whole experience?
Probably the team bonding.
And what about you?
I think everything really, but also the team too. Like my team is made up of all my friends. Even if we don't do as much as we would like to do, I'm still having fun with friends.
Awesome. Now, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Bella. I think team bonding is like really crucial to a team. If you don't belong with your teammates and if you don't hustle with them, it just won't work out for you in the forming and storming stages of a team.
Yes, and definitely. And it looks like we're actually beginning another match on the far left court. They're redoing the other court. There to another match. You know, that blue robot in the middle is actually very unique. I haven't seen that one before.
Me neither.
Almost a square shape. It looks like it's grabbing those almost like grabbing those triballs almost like a set of teeth and bringing them into the other goal. And it looks like the other robots was, but it's out by the blue, which is surprising.
Which is pretty interesting because you don't really see two teams helping each other. It probably wasn't intentional, but
I doubt it was intentional because I don't see why they would do that, but you never know. It looks like blue has a lot of tribals in there, and they're continuing gain balls to their side, while red is really just struggling to maintain their tribal.
And what's interesting to me is that how these flaps work on the blue robot and the way that it's able to maneuver itself over the bar and use these flaps. It seems like a pretty common addition to these robots. These flaps are push a bigger quantity of the triballs into the goals, but they're also able to retract back so they make them smaller and fit through the small creases and parts that they must go through to acquire and to move across the field.
It looks like one of the robots managed to get it off the ground, or at least attempted to. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but one of the robots only one of the robots on the blue team has successfully done that. The rest of them are still on the ground, which could be extremely important. And it looks like they're still going over the scores.
As we could see here, we see that the players are trying to get blue to get the tribal into the other area. And there seems that there are some points where they get stuck, but they round it. And that's the beauty of having control robotics, because when you have the control, you can find other ways. When it's just autonomous and can't really do that because it's pre-programmed. So seeing strategy in different lights is interesting and just shows and highlights the difficulties that these robots have.
For sure. It looks like we're back towards the playing field, where they'll be reconducting one of the previous matches that they have malfunctioned because of it.
And now we get to see all three court right now. We see their set of 2 games, and we still see that they're judging the middle.
Yes. As you can see, the referees in the bottom left, which is the middle. The bottom right court is actually the far right court. That one is virtually empty right now because there's nothing going on. They're preparing that one for a future match. So they still have a little while to get that one going. As you see, there's not that much action in the court, but the other 2 courts are having an extreme amount of action going on, preparing for these cleaning up from the previous ones.
Exactly, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of work to make sure that these feet set back the same way that they were before. Like, they have to make sure that measurements and the way that they are the same on both sides, so both robots are able to get their way, like, on it efficiently.
Yes, going to the middle court, they're preparing to start this match in the autonomous round of this match at least. And it looks like Blue has one small robot, a larger robot, but it's more on the medium side compared to some of the other robots that we've seen. But it looks like it's still ability to grab onto that bar.
And it's pretty intimidating when you see both of them next to each other because they look completely off.
Definitely. And they're actually going straight in another sweeping robot on the red team. So it looks like, another sweeping robot on the red team. Blue isn't really doing in the autonomous round, which is amazing, possibly meaning that either there was a malfunction or they're doing that intentionally to prepare to have a advantage in the start of the actual round. Because as you can see, they're both angled. It looks like they're counting the points up for the red team, which most likely will result in a red victory for the autonomous round.
Yes, but we do see how the blue has a Triball line of it, so maybe it was intentional, so we could go straight for that.
Straight into the goal. Yes, that's what I was thinking. It was either that or malfunction. As you can see, it may have been a malfunction for at least the top right, because that one's not moving at all. It's at least trying to. The top left blue robot is successfully moving, but not as efficiently as the red robots. It's really sad to see here. It looks like the top right blue robot has been moving ever so slightly. It looks like I catapult some of the Triballs onto their side, but it looks like it's maybe the catapult malfunction because it's not launching at all. It looks like it might just be deploying them field actually and pushing it over.
It seems like their strategy now, because the team did not, is to try to rover over it and maybe hope to get it into the other goal.
Although there may not be a catapult
at all. The license plate just flew off of
that may not,
the robot.
I don't think there was a catapult at all, actually. I think their strategy was just to get them onto the field and try for as fast as possible. But unfortunately, it did not work out for the team, as the red team has a significant amount of Triballs compared to their team, with only one ball in the blue side, but was actually from the Reds team. Now we have 25 seconds left on the clock. It looks like red is going to take this victory here, but you never know. There can always be a comeback here because the blue team is actually successfully adding some Triballs to their goal, and with the possible elevation bonus, it could be possible for unlikely. We have 5 seconds left in the game, and it looks like all of them are too far away to grab onto a bar. And it looks like red decisively took this victory here, but
one of the robots seemed to have a mission or maybe break, but one of the license plates did fall off. We have to handle that. We don't know if that requires points or something, but it does. Like red significantly did do well in this.
Certainly. Yes, and it looks like the results from our previous match was a victory for blue, for blue 0 for red, which is surprising, especially because before red was dominating, especially in this round. But now we see that one of the mechanisms did not perform the way that it was before. So unfortunately, it might have to be fixed, and we'll have to see what is going on. Yeah, it's something we're just learning is the reason why there's 0 twice for the red teams. They got disqualified twice, actually, for varying reasons we're not sure of yet. Now looking from the previous match, you can see the spots were blue spots struggling to move initially, while the red was making immense progress. As you can see, the red robot was first pushed him and then shoved Brent down from getting some movement here. Yeah, the red team there was really efficient into the nets, which could really pay off in the later runs.
It can indeed. But I never knew that robots would fight each other. So like, it's pretty interesting to see. Some of these are going head on head to really just, move these triballs around or just to blockade one another.
Yes, and rotating back to the far right goal, they're preparing to enter the autonomous round here. We have two prominent teams that we've seen before, CT. It looks like we're starting right, but they're being pretty active here. Something I've noticed with blue robots is that they're both moving at a much lower pace when compared to the red robots, and I'm not sure intentional. It looks like the blue robot attempt launch one of their triballs into the goal, but unfortunately missed. But it looks like blue still may have the opportunity to take a victory for this round.
Yeah, blue may have the opportunity because, as we did before, blue did actually move them. Blue moved more efficiently in the autonomous round compared to how the blue had doing before.
Yeah, it was actually to be announced that red autonomous round. So blue's strategy did not end up paying off, but it was a
This is a small robot because the smallest robot I think I've seen here today.
Exactly.
So it's very interesting to see what type of robot could possibly do.
Sure, and it looks like it's getting pushed around by the larger robots currently, but may have gotten stuck in between the nets.
That catapult is different.
Yes.
Getting it.
The blue catapult is very been blocked by the larger red shaped robot. It looks like the tiny robot has been completely giving the red team room to push as many tribes as possible into their own goal. The catapult now back in action, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough because the red robots are just blocking all of their shots because they don't have their small robots to assist them. It looks overshooting and landing on top of the net. And as you may not know, top of the net does not count score at all.
But it seems the landing the net. If blue robot wasn't stuck, could have gotten these balls into the net.
Yes, and as long as the red team doesn't get disqualified, it looks like there's a decisive victory here for them. It looks like as we have court,
and the wheel fell off.
There's a little piece, a tiny piece in the goal, and the wheels just got, which results in points being taken off for red or disqualification, depending on if it was deemed to be on purpose or by accident. It looks like the red teams are attempting to elevate robot. It looks like, unfortunately, both of them failed, which is okay because they have a crazy amount of triballs in their court ready.
Yes, in comparison to, they did a lot of the triballs, but because of what happened to the blue robot and on the court, it is to be mentioned, not those ones.
For sure. It looks like the referee is giving them a little bit of a stern look over there, the red team at least, which may mean that they're getting disqualified or getting points taken off. It would be extremely surprising all three of the past rounds red team got disqualified. That would be really surprising to see. It's going to be happening all day, really. So like is
examining
to see if the elevation on this counts, and it looks like he's deeming that it did not count. But it looks like he's going back to inspect it again. As you can see here, the blue robot is just getting pushed around by that larger red robot.
They even got a bend in that bar with that manpower.
Oh yeah, it looks like their strategy there was to.
But both blue robots seem to get pushed around by the red robots.
It looks like their strategy was that similar to other teams, the catapult launch the tri-balls and then have the smaller robot push it in. But it looks like their shortcoming here was really the size of their smaller robot. Really the smallest I've seen all day. Even their larger robot was still on the smaller side, allowing it to be pushed around by these large red robots.
That's why I think the size comparison makes very good for compatibility, because if you have such a small robot, it's very hard to recover, and the other one was significantly smaller than both red robots. So in terms of fighting and get yourself out of those and tight space situations, it's a matter of being able to be compatible with these alliances. So
sure. Yeah, it looks like the ref is still this thing all the time. Discussing after all this time whether, and it looks like the announcer is currently announcing the scores into me with the ref the answer set, but I'm seeing some concerned looks from both teams now, indicating that there might have been a disqualification, maybe one of the other. Just a heads up, the next match is going to be take place on the far, it looks like forward. It was still packing up their results. Anyways, surprising change in events, turn events. Look, Red has won a staggering victory of 182 to. And it looks like Blue has either scored no points or gotten disqualified. Really surprising to see. I thought it would be the opposite, based on
that to the Blue. Yeah. The robots did interact on the court, but is that we're gonna see what's gonna happen, because anything's possible, and unfortunately some teams have to go home, so
certainly
it's just a matter of what's going to happen from now on, because these alliances have made it so far. Everyone has done so well. People have put in so much preparation. I mean, consideration to all the teachers, parents, faculty, and it seems like there's an autonomous round going on.
One of the Blue robots is actually interesting. It's an L shape. It's a very tall and narrow robot that I haven't seen. Very unique.
It is very unique, because considering the fact that it cannot move under the
net,
it must be able, hopefully, to move over the bar, but it does have those pillars on the bottom could prevent it from moving over the bar. So it's very interesting how they made it like a plow, but also to the point that it might not be able to move over that bar because of how flat and the ground it is.
Certainly. It looks like going to the manual round. This is a large amount of Triball in the very beginning of the round. It looks like they're just all the tribals in which could either be good or bad depending on how efficient the teams are at bringing the tribals into their side. And it looks like Red really took advantage of the and really drove it onto their side. Some of the tribals landed in Blue's loading zone, which doesn't count for the final score. At the moment, Red has a larger amount of tribals in their goal when compared to the blue tribal.
And what we see as well is that there's some sort of catapult technology that Blue is using, and it seems pretty efficient, except it does not get the range that is probably needed. Sometimes it just ends up in the red.
It's undershooting 22 seconds in the game. It's unlikely that the team can make a comeback unless they can somehow grab onto one of the pylons.
But the compatibility.
It's quite possible for the robot, so we'll have to see. With 8 seconds left in the game.
And what's interesting about this is the compatibility between the Blue team. This is what I meant between difference in size and functions. Their strategy was clearly to have Blue roving on its own side to get the tri-balls into the goal, while the other side was just going to keep it there, catapulting the tri-balls into the goals. But it seems like Red was more sufficient, and it's pretty exciting to see that. that.
And there was a picture covering these for now. I'll swing over to Oxmeyer, who's going to be covering these last 3 rounds along with Brown and Goodman.
As that was a very exciting round as we're heading on to the quarterfinals as they calculate the last match of round 16.
Yes, they are calculating match. There was efficiency. I would say blue had a lot of efficiency in how they alliance, and there was also a lot of efficiency from the red side, as we could see with the goals. In this replay, we see the design of the blue was able to stay on one side and keep it on the ground to push in. Pretty much the same with the catapult technique. It kind of got cut off here and there, which caused it to just stay in one space. But overall, the techniques used on both ends were pretty efficient, and they did come pretty close to each other.
Something about that round of 16 was in back-to-back matches in match 6 and match 7, there was both 2 double DQs.
They were both doing pretty well, and it seems to me that the referee this court ready to go, the middle court.
Results of the last match were the blue bot F and Kennedy gets 2 with 18, blue team 180.
And as we see this, it seems like the quarterfinals are commencing. So it is pretty interesting because these are the last couple of rounds after teams have been eliminated.
As in that autonomous round, one team might have gotten a little something, but it was very hard to see.
It is hard to see, but it's right under the net, so borderline. It was pretty borderline, but it seemed like they had 3 Triballs under the net. Well, did not successfully get any injury on the mound, but it seems like it is positioned for the next round with the mound, so we'll get in. So just again, okay, they did set it up, but
Red did win the autonomous round.
Yes, blue set up the Triball to get it straight to the blue goal. The way that it plowed straight through and was set up was to get that blue right into that goal. But it falling short of that goal, and there's a fight for red. There's just almost like a blockade, a sandwich with blue onto red. And we see that they're almost same court. Blue is still doing things simultaneously on the side. We see that red is still just plowing through on its side while red is fighting with blue on the other side. And look at that efficient catapult that the blue team seem to have. It is catapulting the Triballs on some sort of roller of catapult through. So it's really cool to see that that's how they bump. They don't really need to go over and see how this plays out because they all have different functions, but they're all working together, fighting each other for a title.
Now it looks like the red team, which is the 1 seed dominating this matchup, is to move on to the semifinals.
Yes, they are definitely working to make sure they are getting through. They are pushing, they are moving. The players are being careful of whether or not they are making sure they can put the truck into the machine. The way that they are moving these bots are very, very distinct, and they are trying to make sure that these bots are safe and efficient.
As that'll do, and it looks like they need to clear, but with all the Triballs in red and on their side, it looks looks like red will most likely.
It seems like a significant difference of how many Triballs are in both nets. So it's interesting. It seems, I can't quite tell from the, but it looks like red clung on to try to get those points for high, while blue only. So there's definitely a difference in how that will play out, because those could be detrimental to the final round.
Yeah, as we're gonna move on to the Calhoun match for match 2 quarterfinals.
So match 2 of the quarterfinals, we've got 2 strong teams, red and blue. We've got the Kennedy Gales. I got the honor of interviewing them before. They got a very good pick to pick people very early on, and it seems like they allied with a strong robot. Well, we've got 2 teams from MEPM that allied to form an alliance, and now they're to compete against each other, and we'll see who will take it home. Because it's very interesting when you have junior and senior class that, you know, relatively spend so much time together, come to actually form this team and compete here, especially in finals, because they could have had the option to compete with another team and ally with someone else. They did not. The first round, the automated round, is about to begin, and the
we have the results for those matches. Team and the Robotic will move to the semifinal, winning 79-39.
And we see here on the MEPM field how it seems like red got it to the goal. What's very interesting to us right now is the height on red, because it seems a lot taller than the act poles itself. So it's very interesting, something that size. And we didn't see the red bots tall before. We just saw them completely collapsed into a small version. And we see that they're bringing parts over, moving things around. And this match is about to take. So as they are about to begin the manual round, let's see how things are starting to out, because we are seeing the setup, we are seeing how everything's moving, and both teams seem like they're ready for this. They are ready to work on this. We've got our roving cam covering the air, and they're about to start, and they just started. We've got 2 relatively large robots. We've got 2 red, we've got 2 blue. The compatibility in size with blue, there's one very flat robot that blue has, and then we've got the very small robot that, very big robot that blue has. And red is doing pretty well, but I think blue really has a chance with this one. They are knocking it out of the park with how they are efficiently moving. Both is doing pretty well, but red is plowing through this. Red is getting these Triballs into the goals, and they are fighting with each other too. Like blue and red, they are definitely fighting, but they're red trying to keep blue in that corner. As we see from the blue side, from the red side, they are catapulting this into the red. So we see how this alliance is effective, because they are getting this in. But look at blue, that flat body of it is sabotaging red by taking out the Triballs.
In to Red's goal, but he couldn't get any of them in Red's goal.
Well, he did. He knocked out like 2. So it's really cool to see. And look at Red with its wings, getting it into there. And the blue,
who is camping in the goal, I'm not 100% sure that is allowed because he's in the goal and did knock out majority of the Triballs that was in Red's goal.
And there between the parents and referees, and right now the referee is going to determine if that is allowed or not. So they're showing on
leading to a DQ for Blue right there. He didn't leave that goal, he just stayed there.
Exactly. There could have been a disqualification. We are very unsure about it right now.
Right now, the ref is just talking to the teams and explaining kind of what happened, and we'll see if there was a DQ.
Exactly. Because Blue was camping out on it, taking the Triballs out of Red's goal. So that is pretty much sabotage when it comes to the greater scheme of things in robotics. So there's tension between those robots. We saw how Red was pushing those Triballs in frantically, like completely just trying to, and at that point, Blue was in there. At one point, you couldn't see them trying to get them out, and they got like about 2 out, but...
And then they camped in there, and then every time Red tried to get those back in, it just bounced off a balloon, bounced right out.
It did. So it was kind of a fail on Blue's end because Blue wasn't really able to successfully get all of them out, but they did get a decent amount out. So it's pretty interesting to see like how they did that. And I do believe right now that they're counting the amount that are there, but let's take a look at Calhoun's court on the far left side. And on the left, they are starting to get ready for this. And they're gonna see like
quarterfinal, it'll be the looks like the 2 seed out there.
Yes. So the Calhoun field is getting ready. They're starting to they're getting their games on, and they're just getting ready. The overclock robotics, we see them over there, and I believe they the autonomous round. So this is where robots were pre-programmed to play the game for 15 seconds. Scores can be pulled. There's points that could be won during those 15 seconds based on how it was programmed. There is a plan that they give to us and they give to them. And once they devise the plan, they do a 15-second and they program it. And after they acquire those points, or they don't acquire those points, they start the control round. That's what they're doing. In whatever position they left off after the first autonomous round. So this is very interesting because we see Blue have wings, and they're flapping these wings, and like Blue is really, really delicate because we've got Red trying to flip it over.
As we just got the result.
And it seems like Blue got disqualified in sec, so the Red did take home that win, and Blue did get disqualified from sneaking under the net. But as we see here on the Calhoun field, we see these robots. Blue looks like a giant. It's able to move efficiently and all stretch efficiently as well. The way these robots are like through to the other side is definitely a different way of moving, but we just see it's just very unique. And these things are delicate, but they are doing blue. And red is also getting a lot of triballs. And we see red has like some sort of, and it's able to get the ball in and release it at its will. And there's only 15 seconds left in this game. And see that the wings are restricting red from getting over, are restricting blue from getting over, and they are both stuck. But we see that red attempted, I can't tell if that's on the floor or not, but did attempt to get that height point, which would lead them with 20 points.
Because those goals were pretty close to even, so that really would have been a big...
Both goals did get a lot of triballs in it, so this is probably the closest matchup that we have seen all night of both of the balls like getting in and under in regard to the nets. So it's very interesting to see this matchup and to see how they are moving. So because the whole night we've seen an advantage that red had over these, and seeing them see it is pretty good. Like seeing blue come in close it's very nice to see, because we didn't get to see that all night.
As we're approaching our last quarterfinals day.
Yes, as we approach this, tension is high. I mean, we don't know what is going to go on from here. There is referees and judges looking as whether or not red gets that height point. So they've just got to determine that. And when they do, they will give us a score. But it seems there's some just over whether or not they gain the height point from the red side. And right now they're checking, but it seems like they did have a tribal like close to it on the bottoms. So could mean something. Right now they're counting the triballs in blue, while the last quarterfinal is gonna take place momentarily while they're preparing for that.
As they're preparing the court and bringing the last few robots on, positioning the balls, and the autonomous round will be underway soon after they calculate the score of match 3.
Yeah, they will calculate the score. It seems that
one of the semifinals matches is set. It will be the 1 seed versus the leader. And we're waiting for the results on the 3rd one, and then this one we have the 3 seed versus the 6 seed.
Yes, and right now they're determining the winners on the brackets. In the main field right now, they are preparing to start the autonomous round. We've got
match 4.
We've got 2 teams starting to get ready for their match and prepare for the last quarterfinal match. So as they are preparing, I believe they are about to announce the winners of the last match. But it's pretty exciting though to see how that last one had an outcome, because we did see a lot of strength from blue, but unfortunately they did not have the height that red did.
Is this the last match that we're doing?
Overall, I think that today has been great. And how are you feeling, Jared?
I'm feeling good because we've seen a lot of very close matches and also very fall matches, and it's just been great all around. The atmosphere, the fans are even getting into it when there's like big matches going on, and just a lot of cool plays of people trying to pull to gain leverage and gain extra points.
Yes, gaining leverage is pretty important when we want to see half of a bunch of triballs. In this close-up, you could see the shape and how unique it is. So the way that these robots have to adapt to them is pretty impressive. In front of me, on the Mepham court, I see people making those adjustments because they're in the last quarterfinal match, and that is pretty nerve-wracking in itself because it determines who goes to semifinals and who doesn't. So there's a bit of technical difficulties right now, but people are on standby, getting ready, and just making sure okay, or making sure they are trying to determine the score still from the previous match. So it's pretty draining for them, stressful because all day they've been doing the same competition, but each time they have to figure out what they're gonna do better next time, and I think that's part of the journey, like understanding like what is next, like what are the steps they can take to do better at semifinals and then hopefully therefore finals. So we see a lot of nervous faces checking the qualification rankings. They're checking for whether or not they made it back, because if they didn't make it back, they have to go home, unfortunately. I mean, they can watch and whatnot, but they cannot compete. And I think the referee has made decisions as to who won this match.
And we should be getting the score of that previous match soon.
Yes, we should be getting that score relatively soon.
As they're still calculating it, showing each of the teams the score, and they will be released soon.
Exactly, they will be released relatively soon. So we see the triballs all around, and these teams are making these final adjustments. We should be able to get these results soon, but I don't know what's taking so long. The technical difficulties, or it could be trying to decide on how to score.
On the Mepham court, already preparing for this first match of the semi game in the Kennedy court, where they're preparing for the last match of the quarterfinal.
Yes, they are preparing, and they are hard at work. I mean, all the rigor and all the time and effort that has gotten them here right now to this exact moment, because this game determines like whether or not they come back, because they can be eliminated, and that's just so stressful for them. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. This is just where the most stress is at, because this game, it can get you to the finals, or it can send you packing.
Exactly, it can really like change everything. I mean, these teams are fighting because it's a matter or not of whether they make it to states or they don't, because some of these awards that they can win at this VEX Robotics competition, it can take them to states. I met I spoke to her robotics advisor, Mrs. Nigro. Shout out to Mrs. Nigro, awesome. She was telling us about how last year they won a design award, and now they're going to states. So that opportunity of, you know, making it to states at like a level competition is just so like, crucial to these kids, because it looks good, it feels good, and it's just something that people strive for. I mean, going to states for robotics is just so cool, and being able to take your ability and compete with all the people, like the best robotics people in all of New York, is something that a lot of these students dream of. So for them, these rounds, they count, and if they don't make it, then it's just really disheartening.
As the results are in, and the team did end up winning 84-63 over the blue team. The team of the two overlocks will be going to the semifinals.
And it seems that they are about to start the autonomous round in the Kennedy field. We see Red has a very strong robot. The other red robot is not moving, and the other blue robots are not moving. So we see Red aligned for Triballs into the net. So based off that, we could see what is going on.
Setup there by Red.
It is a very good setup.
All they need to do is just plow through, and they could go up early 20. Got 20 easy points right there by just lining it up in the autonomous round.
Yes, just by how they set themselves up, it looks like they're set up for success. And it's very good. I see smiles all around, excitement, and just hope for this team, for Red Team. There's just so much pressure leading up to this, so it's sad. We see a lot of teams packed up, but right here, let's see, we've got a robot with wings, and look, it retracts. The size that it has is really cool, because folds up. It also can make itself very large if needed to, you know, tackle all of this. And there's a blue robot that I think it's failing at catapulting or sucking in the triballs. But we see Red aggressively getting these triballs and launching them to the side.
As Red has still 3 lined up, and they've already got a lot in the goal.
They do.
Like Red.
And it looks like there's a stalemate between Red and Blue, because they're now fighting over getting over. But Blue got themselves out of that situation and moved, and got Red pushing in the tri-balls. So hopefully Red could get those tri-balls a little bit further in, because they do need a little more shoring to them. They got those tri-balls into the goal. Red is doing really good. Blue is, I don't think they're functioning too well right now, but hopefully there is still time. There's 13 seconds, 12 seconds, that they can get in. It's exciting to see that, and hopefully they can get in.
All 4 bots on the ground, but Red going for leverage and might have gotten it. It was close though, but if that doesn't happen, it will be the 2 seed versus the 3 seed in the semifinal matchup.
And it's been such a pleasure hosting this with you. I've been Brianna Goodman, and I'm gonna go and
as they're calculating the score, the Red team dominated this match with a ton of tri-balls inside the net, and even still they had 3 lined up.
Yes, and as I've been watching these matches, really intense. It looks like we're just finishing with the finals here, into that 4th matchup. And it's gonna be a good one, because that 2 gets into the semifinals and eventually into the finals. You know, the past few rounds have really been close. Round 2, the victory for Red, but the other other two rounds have been really close in terms of scoring. And it's something I today. A lot of the matches, well, I have seen today, but a lot of the matches today have been decisive and not neck and neck like they are now. And that's because of the equal skill sets of each of the teams in the semifinals or in the quarterfinals.
Yep, as they're gonna keep preparing the mat for the matchup of the semifinals.
Definitely. So right now, the referee is inspecting the mat to make sure everything's in shape. Especially important because now they're so late into the round, and they don't want to have anything that gets in the way of the round like before, like the timer was messed up. They have to inspect and make sure that everything's in place because these can be crucial rounds, and restarting them for any reason could really cause that with the players themselves. So we're now on the far right map.
We now have the results. The 3 seed did move on as red beats blue. So all the top seeds are moving on. No upsets in that round.
Yes, so now it is the semifinals. So there will be 2 matchups there. It's going to Ephraim Court and the Calhoun Court. And these are going to be really some of the. We're probably going to see some of the best lineups we've had. Hopefully we see a lot of grabbing, a lot of elevation in these finals, but also now they've had any qualifying match. Right now they are arranging a record to prepare for these final two matches before the finals.
The question is, will the top seed, the one seed dominated their first round of 16 matchup, and dominated the quarterfinals, can they bond and dominate the semifinal matchup and go on to final?
And it looks like on the semifinal round in the far right court, and right away we have it's a very interesting robot we have there. We have one with extendable arms from the red team. Both teams have robots with extendable arms, but one of them has a clamp that goes up in the air. The autonomous round went off with a bang. It was pretty even lineup.
It looks like maybe the top seed red might have come away with it, but I think this could have gone either way.
I think blue got it too, because the two tribal goal. But there's also a red tribal, which I just know. So I really am not sure. This could be either way. Going back to the side,
it does look like the red team does come away with the autonomous
like you predicted, yes. Because okay, so as I was just talking about before, it looks like each team has one big robot and one small robot I discussed before, and it's really interesting that in the finals, it seems like to be an effective strategy. You're seeing here they are dishing out these balls, these triballs onto the red side, and the blue robot is efficiently pushing them into their own goal.
Blue is getting a lot. But also it has 5 now. Looks like blue has the blue ball, and I think maybe also red.
Blue's catapulting some of the tri-ball straight to goal. Pretty accurate. Slightly a little bit too low now. It looks like they may be launched into their own robot on purpose in a way so it can carry into the goal.
Red just sweeping the ball and pinning them in the corner.
So Red's trying to get as many as possible out of the playing zone.
Spin tri balls that will not be at any point.
Be really good for the red team.
Because Red's got a pretty full goal, and Blue would most likely need to end up winning this match. Do have a lot in, but those in the corner.
Yeah, and this was really one of the closest matchups I've seen. Only a few steps in the round. elevation bonuses could really determine the win right now. Each team has a very similar amount of triballs in their sections, and it looks like red is lifting up blue, one of the blue robots with their claw arm. They're really just ramming into each other here, trying to fight back and forth.
That's now 5, 4, 3.
Oh, and it looks like blue attempt. It looks blue elevation point.
And then blue gets here. We might get an upset. Top seed.
Definitely.
Might be gone, but still very surprising how this all made to the semifinals, the one semifinals.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see. The elevation ball last second could really drive the win towards blue team.
That was just very surprising. He got like 2 seconds left and grabbed onto the ball with, I think, maybe a second or less second left. Just perfect timing by the blue team.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, it's really right now. They're counting up the balls, the tri-balls on each side. The referee's discussing with some of the judges. This was, and if you look at this replay here, it's really a shoving match at this point in the game. You know, they're kind of preventing each other from where they want to go. Blue still managed to get some additional tri-balls into their own goal during the shoving match. But it secured the victory for them, along with
them some final both.
Yeah.
Which would be a big upset. The 4 seed when the 1 seeds dominated all the match. They would have a close one, and that one they had the lead out of the gate. They won the alt round, and then blue got the elevation, and they got a lot of last-second tri-balls, which could end up putting it over for them.
Certainly, and another step onto the field with their like judges at least shoes off, of course, because not to disrupt the format and cause an even playing field. It looks like these judges right now are gathered around. It's 10 to 11 of them are all discussing to see who has secured this victory and anything that may have gotten in the way that could cause disqualifications or taken off.
Yeah, just very, very close matchup. No matter who wins this,
yes,
they could go on to win the final. No matter whether they're the 1 seed or the 4 seed, this might have been the closest matchup, most matchup of the day.
Certainly. It looks like that they're starting to step off the court. It looks like they're doing their final inspections of each of these goals to find out who took this W home today. They're tallying the points currently. The man in the black shirt has head, which is keeping track of the score currently. And once again, before in case you're just tuning in, a ball in the net counts as plus 5 points, and a ball in the playing zone, which is the area, is plus 2 points. But if your tri-ball is those blue bars, the little triangle zone, the loading zone. So all those 5 green balls in the top left corner do not count for the final score. It's like it really does look, currently it looks like blue is in the lead, going to take the lead here, speak the elevation bonus. But you really never know. It can go, what do you think, Jerry?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very close match, and I think blue might have won it with the elevation bonus and all the last second tri-balls.
Definitely. And you know, I'm hoping to see in this match, for the next 2 matches, that I'm hoping to see a competition between who gets the highest in the elevation, because I haven't seen any look of the polls there, which isn't surprising because it's a very high elevation in a small amount of time. But I'm really wondering if any robots are going to try to cover that in the final round. So we'll have to wait and see. But currently, we have 2 of the officials discussing. They have 2 separate scoring devices, and it looks like they're comparing their results to decide who the winner was. So there's some players on the field inspecting each robot. Like one of them And I was actually wrong. They're not wrapping up. There's still the same result here. It's been for the last 5, just to ensure they get the results they wanted. And it looks like now they're finally the court to make the call, and I'm really interested to see what this call will be. They're all gathering on a table to look at the review of the final scores. But moving over to the far left, it looks like the other team in the round are sorting out their robots and getting ready to. As you know, the farther you from it, the more damage your robots have can be, and you really have to ensure that your robots are running efficiently, because a malfunction could knock you out almost instantly. It would be detrimental to your team's success. You really have to ensure, your technicians really have to ensure that your robots are ready to go, to ensure that there's no difficulties and dangers to your team.
Yeah, as I'm pretty sure the refs are talking to both teams right now, and that score will be released soon, which would mean the semifinals matchup, 2 seed versus seed, will be underway in the autonomous round pretty soon.
Certainly, and the second match is semifinal take place on the Calhoun court. This one just took place on the Mepham court, or the Mepham playing zone. And once again, this is probably the longest longest session I've seen regarding the final score.
I mean, it is one of the biggest matches of the day. It will be finals.
That is certainly true.
So they have to make sure they got every single thing perfect.
Everything has to be a cap, certainly. I'm wondering what the players are discussing. They might try to argue with the referees, but it seems like all the referees and officials are gathered at one table currently, looking over the scores and determining who the winner of this round will be, and who will move on to the actual finals. And then, once again, right now the crowds are really packed. All the parents and supporters are frantically waiting to see the resulting, because once again, this is going to determine who faces off in the finals. It's a crucial matchup here.
Yeah, on the far court, they are preparing the robots, and they're just preparing everything on that far court.
Now, far left court, we have someone else again
As they're
preparing.
bringing out the measuring stick to see how high he actually got. This might be the first time I've seen this used today.
Yes.
To make sure they give him the right amount of points.
Certainly, and it's interesting that they've done that so late into the usually they would do that as the round closed, but it's waited this long to do so. I wonder if there's a secret of that.
That could end up being the difference maker in the match.
Yes, that's probably why they went over it again. They could probably spark debate between the judges regarding how many points that should count. And I mean, it's really the longest discussion I've seen today. But a positive I can see coming out of this is it gives the other teams more time to prepare for the next matchup. Teams in the Calhoun court to prepare final matches, prepare their robots and stuff like that.
As
it looks like the coach is discussing jokes with the crowd right now. It looks like they're doing a little trivia or something with the crowd right now, just to keep the time.
To try and keep them interested.
Yes, because it looks like it's losing interest because of how long the wait is. They're reading jokes out to the crowd currently, which is kind of funny, just to pass the time. Because a lot of viewers got impatient these final rounds, and it's going to be interesting to see the final round, how to judge that round. It really might take a while, even longer than this. Hopefully not, but it take long unless it's a decisive victory like. And I'm really curious to see why it's taking so long. Because I mean, they have to count up the scores as well as the elevation. It's really, I'm really curious to see, and it's been almost 10 minutes now I've been discussing. But we will see. And now an interview with one of the technicians here, one of the judges here, and we're gonna go toss over to that now.
Hi, I'm Zola, and I'm here with
Christopher Pranito.
I heard you're a Bellmore alumni, so what high school did you go to?
I went to high school, John F. Kennedy.
That's cool. What would you say your role in this tournament is?
So I'm volunteer keeper, so I keep track of this as all of the competition goes on. Yeah.
That seems really sure. Your favorite moment is today?
I'm looking forward to the finals, which I will be scoring on the middle field over after we get past what's going on the first.
It's amazing. And my last, what would you say, why is this important about robotics?
Gateway into STEM and higher education. A lot of colleges, other extracurricular activities that you can participate in beyond high school. Involve a lot of STEM-like activities, some including robotics. And participating in high school robotics like the VEX VRC competition is a great gateway into that and a great start.
That's so cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now back to you guys.
All right, and as we heard there, it's a great gateway into robot doing. This is a qualifying tournament, so it's a very good gateway for beginning teams, and to establish their, to really gain skills and playing experience in this tough competition. I can only imagine where this, what the final tournaments will look like in the future, with all these competitive teams. And it looks like, another thing we heard in that interview was that it was in fact a dispute between the referees.
As the crowd's applauding, as they just said, they will be releasing the scores.
And it looks like they're about to read up the scores, so let's see what they say.
First, we got our Amaze Award.
Actually, they're going to start giving out the awards because they're still calculating the scores.
They're still stalling, so it looks like at this point they're stalling for time just to ensure that they, just to give them extra time. And I really wonder why it's taking so long. It's most likely because of an argument that they're having, but I'm curious to see. What exactly they're debating about exactly. I wish we can get a microphone in there, but unfortunately it's not allowed. You're not allowed to have a microphone in there.
As the winner of the first award is the team who's currently going to be competing in the next semifinal.
Yeah, C2C Robotics.
The 3 seed who could end up going on and winning more awards if they go on to win the whole thing.
Certainly. And I wondered, it looks like they're announcing a judges award.
It's the most deserving team.
Including exemplary effort and perseverance at the event, team accomplishments throughout the season, or other factors that may not fall under existing award categories. Will team 24842X zoom. Please come out and accept your award.
It looks like Zoom has taken this award. Very interesting name there. I've seen some quite the interesting names today, but that is probably the most interesting name I've seen. I wonder what really inspired them to pick that name, Zoom. Maybe it's the speed of their robots in the field, but you really never know. As you can see on their faces, they're really excited to gain this award from the judges. Maybe their speed on the field is what's in their name is what got them this award. You never know. But as you can see, there's a wide array of awards here on the table to be given out, including the victory trophies for the first place winners. it's really crazy to see. Almost 15 to 20 minutes later, they're still discussing the results of the matchup. I'm really curious to see what's happening.
If they're taking this long to decide the semis, and if the finals is just as close, I wonder how long it'll take to calculate the finals.
Yeah.
The volunteer of the year right now.
Many people who are willing to give their time and effort for the sake of the participants. The Volunteer of the Year award is presented to an individual at the root of each event who leads effort and makes things happen. The Volunteer of the Year is easy to spot because of their enthusiasm, dedication, and results-oriented approach to bringing the experience and opportunities of competitive robotics to as many students as possible. The Volunteer of the Year demonstrates a commitment and devotion to their community, putting in many hours of hard work with persistence and passion to make events happen. This year, I would like to give the Volunteer of the Year award to Mr. Ed Adamel.
All right, it looks like we got
As right now, it looks like that referee has decided his score, and he will be releasing it soon. It looks like he's just double checking it, but he most likely decided.
But I'm not entirely sure, because last time we thought that it was an extra 10 minutes on top of that. You really never know. But it does look like he's finalizing that score, and he is walking over now to convey those scores. He's talking to the teams currently.
Here it is. The moment of truth.
There was a violation. That's what they were debating about. And it costed them points, it seems like, the violation on Red's team. Red team apparently had a violation, which may have costed them the game. That's what they were discussing for so long. Now let's see what the referee has to say about this.
As the ref's giving an explanation of why there was a violation and an explanation of what went into this decision.
Yes, and it's interesting to see, because the red team looks kind of upset right now, meaning that they may have gotten disqualified or points taken off.
The one seed could be done.
Certainly.
As both teams are making their case, trying to see if they can change the referee's decision by giving details on what happened. But
yeah, I don't think there's really any negotiating that they could do at this point. It's so late into this debate. I mean, it looks like it really seems like there's no hope here to negotiate any changes. I mean, the referee seems pretty solid on his decision based on the look on his face, even. And as we just heard, people in the crowd are getting very fed up with this. Someone just shouted, "It's been a half hour." They want this score, and it looks like he's stepping out now to convey this score. Some of the parents are actually standing up just to see this.
As he's recounting.
Never mind. Yeah, he's recounting the
triballs in Blue's goal to make sure he counted it right.
I guess one of the blue team requested that from him. Once again, one positive of this is it allows the other teams to prepare their robots. It gives them an extreme amount of time, much more than they probably expected, to prepare and make sure the robots are in working condition. On the other side of the court, they're actually still working on the robots. Surprisingly, they're constantly improving on what they have. And doing quality checks.
If I'm them, if I were in this, I'd be doing the same thing they were. If they're giving you this much time, try and make this robot the best you can to make it a very competitive matchup, or give yourself a nice advantage going into the finals.
And I have a feeling this next match is going to be really well fought, just because of the fact alone that that they have.
They've had probably like 40 minutes to prepare this. Yeah, as the ref is pointing to the robot, maybe pointing out what the penalty was, as he's discussing with both teams right now, as he's recalculating the score to see what the score actually was.
Yes, so it looks they're still discussing, but one thing to know in case you didn't know, the winner of this decided match and the winner of the Calhoun match on the other side, the Calhoun court match, will be fighting in the final match in the middle court, which will result in the winner and the final winner of this qualifying tournament, which will go on to fight in further and more challenging tournaments. But yeah, going back to the preparation, if I was one of those players, I would spend every last second preparing as much as I can. I would be screwing on new parts to my robot. That's probably not what they're doing, but I would be screwing new parts onto my robots.
Some of the opponents are getting, some of the players on the other court are getting restless, kind of saying like, can we just get this match over with? I just want to see what happens. I want to see either myself win or I want to see a close match and participate. They're just getting sick of just standing there and repairing it.
Certainly.
They just want to be in a match.
And a lot of the parents are, once again, are standing up, just looking in, trying to get knowledge. Like, I saw a parent call his kid over to ask him what was going on, and they really had no idea. This intense debate, it really is taking up a crazy amount of time. I mean, we could have been in the final match by now if not for this
the finals could have maybe even been over by now because this has been extremely long.
It's really interesting to see how dedicated the refs are to ensuring that the game is played fairly and properly. And he's still discussing to the teams what decision they've made. Some of the players in the back look happy, but some of them in the bottom left look a little bit upset. So it looks like the Kennedy team isn't looking too happy here.
But the Cougar bots, they were jumping around, so that could be a sign. They were getting really happy, so that could mean the Cougar bots, which means if the Cougar bots are moving on, that would therefore mean that the 1 seed would be moving on.
Certainly. And yeah, it's really just trying to look over now. There's been an influx of people in the past couple minutes here. Just waiting for this announcement at this point. I don't know. The referee's still discussing with one of the judges at that point. The man in the white is actually a judge. You can see he's holding a scoring sheet and an iPad, which is also used for keeping track of the points. It looks like he is now moving over. He's going back to count the. He's going back to inspect one of the robots. Actually, interesting enough, they're inspecting one of these robots to see what exactly is going on with them. Everyone's huddled around this one robot. It looks like there's some sort of interference, maybe some sort of roughhousing with the robots, and they want to ensure that they are, that everything was conducted fairly.
Yeah, as both teams are making their case about that robot, the ref is giving his explanation after he went over to look at it again and again and again, as we'll wait to see his decision.
Yeah, and I mean, I really am curious to hear what they're discussing at this point. It looks like it's starting to get louder. I mean, it seems like there's some debate going on between the players. You can see that they're whispering to each other. Some of the judges are whispering to each other with one of the iPads just to see what's really going on. It's really interesting here. And then if you look behind them, there's just some people trying to pass the time here, discussing with their teammates, discussing strategies. And another thing that we didn't mention was that not only does it give the other people more time to, not only does it give the Calhoun competitors, people on the Calhoun map, more time to discuss their to work on their robots, but also to discuss their strategies, because now they have time to investigate the other team's robots and base their strategies off of that, because they've seen them compete all day and they probably know pretty well how each of the team's robots work. So I'm really curious to see how the next matchup goes. It's really going to be an interesting one.
As there's now a bigger crowd building around this court as they wait for the decision. as they're still waiting on that decision. This is really a crucial decision, and it's taking a very long time.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see. 30 plus minutes at this point. And as I just saw, some parents are calling off their child over just to figure out what's happening. There's a lot of angry faces now in the crowd even. Some people looking like they're ready to fall asleep, and others looking like they're ready to get on that court and discuss themselves about what's going on. Really one of the longest discussions. Like, I mean, you never see this in other sports. Like, for example, in like football, I mean, you see, you know, there's always
like
debates
reviews and challenges and debates,
but usually not for 35 minutes.
Like at max, maybe 6 minutes.
But that's just because of the nature of robotics. It's a very complicated sport. I'm not saying that football isn't complicated, but I'm saying in terms of the technicality of the robots, you know, any rules they may have been breaking, anything like that. It's really, it's a very, very complicated sport. But I really didn't expect for this to go that long in terms of figuring out who's
now more
who's
judges
winning.
and more people.
Yes, it just seems to be
around
increasing at this rate. Very, very interesting to see. And as you could, and another thing, as you could see from the wide shot, they're still discussing.
B&B Sports Talk, produced by Senior Tyler Steinberg, gets posted monthly, and it's got all different segments all about sports. There's even a highlight of the month from B&B's games, and just, it's a very good show to watch. And every month, it's Taylor Steinberg with a guest star every month, and you never know who could be on that show.
My phone. Can you get my phone?
As the crowd is starting to break up, the referee could be coming to a decision, and we could finally be finding out who will be going to the finals.
Yes, it's very crucial to see what's going on.
As there it is, a double DQ on the Kennedy Gales and the loose screws as the 1 seed beats the 4 seed after that long wait. It ends up turning into a double DQ, and that leverage didn't end up going to anything. And Title and the Kugelbots 5968H, the 1 seed alliance, will be going to the finals, as we will finally be able to get underway to the Calhoun match on the Calhoun court to find out who will be against the 1 seed. Will it be the 2 seed or will it be the 3 seed?
Yes, we will. It is to be determined, and just seeing this is just having all this action going on is pretty intimidating right now. But may the best spots win. We got a lot of interesting robots here, and seems like they're setting up for the final rounds, because these rounds will lead to the final. Right now we're in semifinals, and we are trying to see what's gonna go on. They will be starting the programmed bots shortly, which is when they program the bots before they let them go. And we just got Ryan Marr on air with us. How are you doing today, Ryan?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. It's pretty exciting to see all these robots and how they interact with each other, how the teammates form alliances, and how everything has an outcome.
Yep, so currently on the last map, known as, I believe it's the Kennedy map?
I do believe that Kennedy is middle, and that should be Calhoun.
Okay, so Calhoun's map currently is holding the second to last game of the evening. It's been a very long day for these robotics people. They've been here since 7:30, and it's been a very long day for them. So to finally get an end result and some closure, of the evening will definitely be good for everyone.
It definitely will. We see how tired people are. We see the food on all these tables. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure they ate like 3 meals already just being here. It's been so long. They've been here since 7 a.m. And it's just exhausting. But at the end of the day, they have a purpose for why they're doing this. They have a reason to be here. So it's just impressive that they got this far, and all the teams are doing pretty good. So as long as they're happy with how they do, that will be great.
Yeah, definitely 100%. You know, we've had many different close calls and close games over the evening. I mean, just here on the MEPA mat, it took 45 minutes to decide who is the winner of that match. That says something. That says something about how much it means to the players, that they're arguing for themselves, and that how close this game is.
Exactly.
But now, as this second to last game is going on, and as the referee is once again explaining a close call, when we get the winner of this, the winner from MEPM, the MEPM mat, will advance to the Kennedy map, where the winner of this match that is happening now will also advance to the finals, and then that's the robotics tournament here.
Exactly. When they advance to the final, that is when they will determine the tournament champion. So right now, we see 2 teams playing each other. We've got red and blue. Both teams are super strong. We see that red and blue are like fighting right now, but we see blue is moving. They have action, they have momentum. When I was covering this earlier, I saw that blue was not as strong as red, but we see incredible strength with blue right now. So it's pretty good to see an underdog and to see like somebody come back so strong. But I think red right now is at a stalemate. I think there's maybe miscommunication, but blue's struggling to get over that barrier, so they're probably gonna they've got it to their territory, but there's a stalemate between blue and red, and I think those are both red. But blue is getting these into the goal, and with 30 seconds left, they're doing pretty well.
Yeah,
I mean,
you see that one bot on the red team that has the arms coming out. You know, like it's like this is just the creativity from the robotic teams that all across the island, all across New York. Pretty sure I heard that some are from New Jersey, I think. So
yes, I believe
all
there's
over,
a team
you know, and lots of students coming together for one cause. It's amazing.
It is amazing. I mean, seeing like all of this talent from just such a broad region is just amazing. And there's people from like you get to meet different people at these competitions. You get to see different talent, different ideas. There's different ways of solving these issues and solving these games.
Definitely, as this match comes to a close here at the Calhoun mat. Once we find our winner, we advance to the finals, what everyone has been waiting for here at the VEX Robotics Competition at Kennedy High School 2024.
Yes, we are going to see who made it to the finals. So it is pretty exciting, pretty nerve-wracking, and it's just very, very it's just so much going on. So we just got to see who made it and who didn't. So, but
you know, as much as it is sad for a team who doesn't make it, it's just as good for a team that does. So, you know, it almost balances out. Obviously, a lot more teams are going to be sad when they go home tonight because there will be only one winner, 1 second place and 1 third place. But, you know, here in Bellmore-Merrick, we all go home as winners.
I 100% agree. I mean, it is still such a big deal that these teams made it to the semifinals and that these teams made it to finals, because even just surviving like past alliances, like that was a lot, because you had to be chosen. You had to make sure that you were compatible. Let's take a look at this replay. We saw blue and how successful they were. We see how blue is just getting those goals in while red struggles a little bit on the right side of the court. But blue is just getting these in. and now they're determining the winner. So
Hopefully
we'll
this one
wait.
doesn't take 45 minutes, but you know, like we said, that it takes time to decide who wins because, you know, it matters to both sides.
Exactly. I mean, you can't just conduct it based off anything. There's got to be like complete calculations and whatnot. So I think it's important that they really do determine who the winners are by being very, very, very cautious. And to continue, I really think that there's so much like logic and so much behind what goes on in robotics. Like, you don't see all of it, but I was talking to some teammates before, and they're very tired right now. They've been here since yesterday, but they said the reason like that they keep doing this is for their team, for their school, for their district, because at the end of the day, we see there's a purpose behind it. We see there's a reason for them to stay here, because it's a lot of your time. It's a weekend. It's cold outside. Like, there's so many things that could be done, but you know, the dedication that these students put forward, they should just be proud of themselves. Don't you agree, Ryan? And it
Now we're
seems,
finding out the results.
and blue took a win with 85, and red suffered a loss of 33 against blue.
So it looks like both blue teams are moving on to the finals. But
And that is a comeback from what I saw before, because if you guys remember when I was here hosting before, we got to see that blue was kind of like the underdog. But as the time progressed, blue started becoming stronger and stronger, and I'm just happy to see that these teams were successful.
100%, you know. It's just great. It's a great atmosphere here.
Yeah, the atmosphere, the tension, all of it is beautiful in its own way. Like, I think like it's just very nice that all of these teams got to participate and like have that tension and feel a little bit exhausted, because it's healthy and it like motivates them more, because they know that when they come back or when they're going to do it again, they know what they can do better. They know how they can improve. So I think it's important, and it's like healthy for them.
Yeah.
It's also very, very motivational and very nice how these people like learn how to craft these. I mean, using critical thinking skills, mathematics, science, and so many other factors of science and math and physics. I think it just plays a big part. And
100%.
being able to code, like, that is definitely a skill.
Yeah, like, just to have, like, 15 seconds in the beginning where you can win the stage of autonomy, like, that is crazy. The fact that the robot is getting points by itself. But, you know, that takes a lot of work. And what also takes a lot of work was today's live stream here on the B&B YouTube channel. Tune in for games of the week next week and the week after. And we got stuff live streaming. We have shows that are coming out every week. So watch them and stay continued for Mepham sports and basketball in this winter season that's coming ahead. But yeah, you know, shout out to the crew here at B&B for all the time and effort, Mr. Russell and Mr. Stein and Ms. Kalish. You know, it's never not a fun time here at B&B, and always putting all in the time and the effort, and it definitely is a professional atmosphere, and there's nothing like it. So
there's
shout out to the
nothing
crew
like
here.
it.
Yeah, shout out to the crew here, and looking forward to what's next in the B&B live streams and stuff like that. But moving back, I have no idea what's going on here now. But
yeah, like all the time and effort we put here as well, like think about all these students as well and the teachers, because these teachers stay after school for numerous hours on end. I know some teachers even hire nannies for their kids so they can be here working alongside the students. Shout out to Ms. Nigro, the Mepham Robotics Club advisor. I know she stays and works so hard with her students, and those students have been here yesterday, 7 to 9 p.m., assembling all of the fields that we saw today. I mean, every single inch for VEX, and those types of things are just, we just thank them so much, because
100%, like,
there wouldn't
just
be
think about
this competition without them.
We're a district-wide program supported by the Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District, which is Kennedy, Calhoun, and as well as Mepham, obviously. That's where we're homed.
Yeah.
And then you have the middle schools, Grand and Mams. But, you know, today, not only did the teachers of the Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District, but the custodians, the principals,
Security.
superintendents, the security, everybody. Like, there were so many chaperones, there were so many people that put this together. Like, right now I'm looking in front of me, obviously you guys can't see it, but Mepham brought their whole arena in, just like they did last year, the last year's robotic competition, but they brought it in here with the help of the custodians and the teachers and stuff like that, and to help do this tournament. And that's what it's all about, this Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District coming together. And, you know, they didn't go home with first place or second, but they're still breaking down their thing. They still got smiles on their faces, and that's what it's all about.
Exactly. Just, you know, doing this with a smile, service with a smile, and just, you know, being grateful for the
100%.
being grateful for the moment that they're in and being so present. I just respect that so much about them. Like, these kids, they just, everyone in this district, you know, it's a Saturday, it's late, like, there's just so many things that people usually do. Like, they go to movies, hang out with friends, hang out with family, but they're here supporting people, and I think that's just so beautiful to see, because without them, this would never be possible. And Bellmore-Merrick is just such a beautiful place and such a great community, and
100%.
It's awesome.
You know, you talked about service with a smile. Last year, fun story, well, we have a bunch of time to waste because it seems like they are not starting this final match. But anyway, service with a smile was actually the prompt for last year's STN practice episode before Bellmore-Merrick Broadcasting went off to California for the STN competition. You can watch that, obviously. But speaking about this, why I'm speaking about this is because in, actually have the thing on my phone, in 44 days, 16 hours, and 6 minutes,
we will be going to
California.
Where?
So
Long Beach,
for
California.
STN 2024. But yeah, so you guys can check in. We'll have live coverage throughout the whole thing. It's not very often you have a high school going across the country, quite literally,
Coast
to
to coast.
California.
Yep.
And competing in this competition. So tune in, and not only that, but one of the main things that we put out there is Crazy 8 Morning Show the first day that we're there, which is our award-winning morning announcements. So every single Friday, tune into the channel, watch them, you get to know everything within the Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District, and especially Mepham, obviously, Pirates. But, you know, we love what we do. We do it with pride, and we do it with everything we have, and
passion.
It's all about giving the best product to the Mepham community, as well as this Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District.
Exactly. I mean, this district means so much to us. We don't just cover Mepham, we cover the community, because we don't just tell stories, we tell lives that go around this community, and we tell just everything.
Yeah, you know, speaking about community, you know, as much as our morning announcements is Mepham-based and what's happening in the school, our sister show,
the Midweek Update,
is a community show. We make packages to practice for STN, once again bringing up STN. And, you know, we put those out there for you guys to see. We've, in the past few weeks, have made packages about the Bellmore-Merrick Bulldogs team, the hockey team here in the district, as well as, you know, some, like, local shops in town, as well as a whole bunch of other things. You know, you get to see aspects and the insides and the behind the scenes of so many different things. It's not just this community, it's everywhere. Like, we've gotten to interview famous weathermen, famous people.
Lee Goldberg, right?
Yeah, like, and that's what it's all about, you know, us giving you something that you can't always see, and that's what that show is all about. So, as well as you're going to check out morning announcements, I hope. Check out Midweek Update, because you get to see a whole bunch of stuff. It's not just this district, it's a lot of stuff that happens throughout this community, throughout Long Island. So check it out, man. You might see something that you don't always get to see, because that's what it's called. That's what the quote is. So
Exactly. And
looks like we're kicking off here at the Kennedy map to retire this night, possibly for ever. No, I'm just kidding. No, just kidding. Just kidding. What are you talking about? So, to retire the VEX Robotics Competition for 2024.
Exactly. And it's just been so nice being here tonight and seeing the difference in robots. And, you know, the fact that these robots, like, the fact that these teams made it so far is just amazing. I mean, I think there's been over a total of 70 to 80 matches tonight.
Oh no, there's been more. Like, I want to say like 3 hours ago, there was like, I think we were at round 55 going on
57.
59, something like
Going
that.
to 57, yeah.
No, it was when I checked in with right now, who is our what's it called, our announcer per se, of like the competition. He said that we were going on 59 because, you know, we had, at that point in time, it wasn't like the finals where, you know, you have one match going on at a time. We had 3. We had 1, 2, 3 at Mepham, Kennedy, and Calhoun mats. So, you know, we were breezing through it. Like, it was quick. And now, obviously, it slowed down as we're going to one mat, and there was a lot of difficulties in deciding who won. But, yeah, you know, so.
It is. I mean, we see it's like kind of like a final countdown. I see people huddling over this arena. I mean, we see people from, I guess, all over the state just making sure that everything's perfect for this last robotics tournament. And
It's not the last robotics tournament.
The last match for the night.
Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
But yeah, the last match for this tournament. My apologies.
Yeah, you should be. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah. But overall, as we've dove in this whole night, it's just been.
Here we go, guys, as we are getting off with the underway. The referee is on the mat, and he is telling people what is happening. So we are going to start with the autonomous mode with 15 seconds on the clock for the finals. Why does it say match 1? Is there more than one match, is my question.
I
don't know, but it's been a long night, guys.
It has been a long night, feeling rather lethargic
we will see
right now.
if the night is close to ending or not ending. So we'll find out.
We'll see. I mean, with how long they take to judge it, we'll see. So let's see what will happen.
And
it's anyone's game.
About to be underway.
It is anyone's game right now. So we see the referee. He is getting ready for this. We are all into it. There is just such a good community, such a good crowd going on. So let's see what happens.
You know, I'm staring at this camera, which is going back to Mepham High School.
Hi,
Mrs.
guys.
Stein, I see you. And I know you're excited for this finals match. So let's go, guys.
Let's
Here
go.
we go.
How are you feeling about this, Ryan?
Feeling great. 3, 2, 1. Bam. Let's go. Let's get it.
Oh, these robots are
well,
fierce.
that's one. That's one acorn.
And these are like pre-programmed too, right?
Yep.
This is autonomous.
100%.
Wow.
No control over them. I know. It's amazing what you can do in today's world.
Exactly, with all
Like
this
Google,
new technology.
like how is Google there? Like it's just there. Like,
it's there. It's just
like
happening.
and like how if you have Google that you don't pay for Google? Like if Google's just like a mega thing, like why don't you pay for it?
But basically,
you pay for everything else.
Right now,
So that's the end
they're
of
going
autonomous.
into their controlled game.
We're gonna decide who won autonomous right now. Autonomous is short, however, the actual match after this is 2 minutes long. So we will decide who won. Let's see. This is like wrestling. He's got like one thing on one arm, the other thing on the other arm. Bam, bam. And it's undecided.
Yep, let's see. So right now, I bet they're counting the acorns also known as the Triballs, and they're trying to see which one won. So red takes the win.
Red takes the win for autonomous mode. Let's go. There's no favoritism, I'm just saying.
Ready? Okay,
here we go.
let's see.
We are underway, 142
They're fighting.
On the clock.
They're kind of feisty, these robots.
Whoa,
I feel
that
like
thing just flew.
I know. I feel like these robots are very feisty. I feel like they have a mind of their own. And you could just see how they're like moving.
Bree, can you tell us a little bit about the colors? Do you know what the colors mean?
What colors?
Like, why is there a red block? I saw a red block before.
Well, I think they all count the same.
Oh, okay.
They do all count the same, but I can tell you about the bodies. Like, the bodies are very diverse, and I wonder if these are gonna try to make a play on the height or just go for the acorns, because if they go for the height, they can gain 20 extra points.
The pressure is on here.
The pressure is on here, and it seems like Blue is doing pretty well.
What will happen as he jumps the curb?
Let's see.
Oh, Blue is literally eating Red's bot.
Yeah, Blue is definitely devouring this. They're doing great. They're leaving.
But so is Red. Look how many little acorns they have.
Exactly. They're leaving no crumbs, or in this sense, no acorns. So yeah, they're doing really, really good right now. But it's anyone's game, and there's 25 seconds left.
The pressure is coming down to this very moment. Blue has a lot of acorns in their nets. Look, there's blue ones.
Yeah, they're literally doing so good right now. They're like right now, but I think they're doing better than Red. That net is eating more than Red.
0. Time is done. And Blue looks like they took it as they are jumping in the air happy right now.
Yes, we see so much joy. We see so much excitement.
But why is Red partying? We will find out. Did
Let's
they
go
win?
see. I mean, they both ate, like both of their.
Oh, wow,
nets.
wait. No, yeah, Blue won. Wait.
I believe they did. I think the score match that Blue took the win with an 85 and Red lost with the 33. So,
yeah, you know,
that was very exciting.
That was, and it was a lot of fun. You know, we were even having fun. We were laughing over here because like it's just a lot of fun.
It is so much fun, and like I never thought I would be like. I never thought.
A robotics tournament.
No,
this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and we get to do it.
No, well that too, but I never thought I could see robots fight. Like I thought I was watching.
I know
the
that
derby.
one like what that one like tried to like.
They had like a whole fist fight.
Yeah, that one like tried to hurt the other one.
Yeah, I'm like, I swear they have minds of their own. It's like watching a video game. I mean, it probably is like one because they are being controlled, but you don't see it when during the pre-programmed round of 15 seconds.
Now I wonder, when alliances were being chosen, you know, high schools were picking different high schools and teams and stuff like that. I wonder, is this team on the opposing side the team that denied the request to join this team? I believe so. Now that is probably why they got into a fist fight.
Maybe. It could be.
They were like, yo, I won. So.
They could be like, this is my game now.
You know, you said no to my request, but you know what? They won.
They're in their revenge era, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're trying to get their revenge.
Mm-hmm. But overall, both teams did a phenomenal job. Both teams did really, really good.
Some stuff just fell, if you heard that.
That was from the setups of one of the fields they were breaking down. So it has been a pleasure being your host tonight.
Okay, well, verdict has been out and delivered by the referee. Coast to Coast took the competition and we're in first place. Congratulations to them. And, you know, it was a pleasure streaming this robotics tournament to you. The second one, the second time that we've done it. Always a pleasure here at the VEX Robotics Tournament at Kennedy High School 2024. So thank you for joining us, and have a great night.
I've been Brianna Goodman.
And I've been Ryan Marr.
And it's always a pleasure.
Bye, guys.